Play will resume in 60 seconds. Simple Kumar executed one game lot. Level. Yes, sir. Level. He played reasonable effectively.
Back to live action. HCL Squash Doubles National Championship 2025. The contest between Ravi Guhan
and
apologies. Lokesh Subramani and Shivan Agarwal competing against Ravi and Guhan. Now, Ravi and Guhan are in the shirts with India inscribed behind them, the black t-shirts, and Lokesh and Shivan are the other two players. Okay, apologies. It's Lokesh and Shivan wearing the black shirts with India inscribed behind it, and Ravi and Guhan, the other two players.
very interesting rally developing in this game. Some good backhand drives we saw in this previous game.
One of the keys as the level of squash progresses is the ball is hit deep into the court, and retrieving it is another skill set altogether. So using the angles is key to success in squash.
Yes, of course. Using the angles plus the pace of the ball, and also ensuring that the ball is, I mean, when to change your stroke, especially the drop shot. Once again,
Yes, sir. 3, 2.
so Guhan and Ravi winning the points, successive points continuously. And,
One must mention here that Guhan is ranked seeded third, whereas Guhan Senthil Kumar is seeded third, and Ravi Dixit seeded fourth. competing against two unseeded players.
Yeah, Guhan Senthil Kumar and Ravi Dikshit, their pair is seeded third, and Lokesh and Shivan are seeded fourth.
Oh,
They are like the two are very neck and neck. The two are going neck and neck.
5-2.
So the next match, after the match after this, will be between Rahul Baitha and Suraj Chand. They're seeded second. They will be up against Pradeep Chaudhary and Rahul Sanjay Balakrishnan. This will be right after this game. At the moment, it looks like
And now,
Ravi Dikshit and Guhan are in charge.
4-5.
excellent agility, excellent mobility displayed by all the players.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right. And now, 6-4. Out. Eight, 4. And now, 5-8. Second server. 5-8. 6-8. 6. Yes, sir. Ten six, match ball. Please. And out 7-10, match ball. Eight ten, match ball. Nine ten, match ball.
Well, 3, 4,
10 on,
4:30.
game ball, match ball.
Back to live action, and today we have the duo of Lokesh Subramani
10 on, game ball, match ball.
So Ravi Dikshit and Guhan are up against Lokesh and Shivan. And if you really want to know who is who, Lokesh and Shiv wearing the India shirts. Excellent drop shot, and that caught the player by surprise, and it has been a convincing win for the team of Ravi and Guhan.
Okay, then let's do one thing. Let's do one thing. Let's scrap it. I will tell them to remove the image. But just get the image.
Pradeep Chaudhary, Rahul Singh Ganesh.
யாரும் வரல he didn't come. நீங்க பண்றீங்களா? You do. First serve. Who won the toss? Warm up toss? Service toss. You are the first server. First server. second. Last one was total 11 one person and three two per person.
Time.
Rahul, who won the service toss? You both.
Time. HCL Squash Doubles National Championship 2025. Pradip Chaudhary, Rahul Chennai pilots not to serve. Suraj Chand Rahul Paitwar to receive. Best of 3 game. Lahore. Down and out. 1 love. Down and out. 1 all. Second serve.
So we are on to the next match. This is between Rahul and Suraj, the combination of Rahul Bhatt and Suraj Chand, the second seeded. They are up against Pradeep Chaudhary and Rahul Sanjay Balakrishnan. Um, Rahul and Suraj are in light blue, while Pradeep and Balakrishnan are in the darker version of blue.
Wrestler. One ball.
So the two have just started off.
And it's always tough when you have a left-hander in the mix, right?
Yes,
It's
obviously,
very hard
yeah.
to read the angle.
Gives the advantage, probably. Yes.
It's also tough for the partner of the left-handers to adjust,
Yeah.
right? Because he has to respond to his partner's.
And out.
Not that there's always one shot in between his and his partner's shot, but
Right.
I've often wondered why humans tend more towards being right-handed than left-handed. No one seems to have an answer to that, but every sport has far, far more right-handers than left-handers, even in the West.
Yes, that's true. But in so many sports nowadays, we see a lot more left-handers than they used to be. However, it's provides that X factor. The left-hander provides the X factor in every sport. Here also, it seems like
Maybe you can do an article on that, Khurram.
yes.
So why that change has occurred? First of all, why there were more left-handers, right-handers initially, and why this transition is happening?
Why is it? Because our natural tendency is to train the kid to play like we all do, play with right hand.
True. That is also conditioning is a key thing.
Conditioning
But
is
there's also orientation and there's also instinct that are like.
right. So the team of Pradeep and Pradeep and Rahul Sanjay Balakrishnan having that left-hander in their mix, and a different advantage they can gain from it.
Lunging.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Very nice shot. Failed to retrieve the.
The scoreline reading 5-2 in favor of Suraj Chand and Rahul Bhatt. Crisp shots, sure footwork. It's taken the duo of Suraj Chand and Rahul Bhatt. It's given them a 3-point cushion over Pradeep Chaudhary and Rahul Balakrishnan.
Wrestler.
This was an excellent rally. Excellent rally. I think they've asked the referee for that, but
5.
is the point being replayed? It seems the point is being replayed.
This is the first game. 5-2 is the lead Suraj Chand and Rahul Bhatt have over Pradeep Chaudhary and Rahul Balakrishnan. And
Now.
Suraj
Suraj Chand and Rahul Bhatt are in light blue. Am I right?
Yes, Suraj Chand and Rahul Bhatt are in light blue, and they have moved up to
7-2 now.
7-2. Now they've got a 5-point cushion over their opponents.
There seems to be an issue with the court. The ball has got lodged between the
Ball stuck.
Yeah, the corner, it seems
Corner?
just at the corner of the tin.
Bala sir.
that will definitely be replayed.
Bala sir.
players trying to fix the gap so that this doesn't recur. It can play at the back of your mind, can't it, at times when such a thing happens?
Yes, it can, I'm sure, but it also can provide some relief to the team that is losing.
That is also true. Bunch
So,
of youngsters, as you can see.
yes, so far Suraj and Rahul have looked in complete command. They've played the more decisive strokes. And their movement on the court is also minimal as compared to the other two.
And now,
They're being made to work. They're making their opponents work around a lot. Move
Good
around the
course,
court. Yeah.
court management.
Yes, it seems so. Suraj and Rahul are doing that.
Coverage of court, court management, these are the essentials of squash, as they are of other racket sports like tennis, even table tennis to an extent. Not that very little space to move in table tennis, but
Right.
positioning yourself before you address a shot is vital to the outcome of the shot.
Taken a point, Pradeep and Rahul Balakrishnan, they've taken a point. They've reduced the gap to 4. But once again, Suraj and Rahul Betha have gone ahead to a 5-point lead.
Reduced again by Pradeep Chaudhary and Rahul Balakrishnan. They're not letting up, and it's good to see them putting up a fight.
Almost obstructed it.
The opening game.
Yes, ma'am. 4.
Once again,
Now, 9-4.
so Suraj and Rahul moved to 9-4. They're about to seal the game.
2 points away from wrapping up the opening game.
Lovely drop shot and caught well by the Suraj and Rahul.
In a situation like this, essentially the team that is lagging behind has no option but to attack.
Yeah, seems to be the only possible way out. Now we have the game ball. Just 1 point needed by Suraj and Rahul Betha to seal the first game of this match. And they have it.
So the opening game goes to Suraj and then Rahul Betha in the second contest of the quarterfinals of the HCL Squash Doubles National Championships 2025 being played at Chennai. Whatever. And it's the Indian Squash Academy at Chennai that is hosting the HCL National Doubles Championship 2025. And also, as we mentioned earlier, this tournament has been reinstated after a gap of 17 years in 2024. This is the second season.
The second game is underway. Both the teams trying to match each other.
Out. And out. 2, 3. And out. 4, 3.
वो नहीं मांग रहा
And out. 4 all. And out. 5, 4. Yes, sir. 5, 4. Methods. Six, 4. Seven, 4. the right. And out, 5-8. Second serve. And out, 9-5. And out, 6-9.
6-9.
And out, 10-6. Match ball. Yes, sir.
Up.
Now, 11-6. Came in master and Baita. And Baita 1. 2 games to love. 11-4. 11-6. Ball, please.
Up. Now, 11-6. Came in Masters and then Baita. And then Baita 1. 2 games to love.
Ananya Narayan and the recent one. Report to court.
And hard talk.
Just us. So warm up. time. Off time. இங்க காத்த பண்ணா sorry. Time. யாரா சர்வீஸ் Second HCL Doubles Championship 2025 Women's. Anand Singh Joshna Chinnappa serving, Ananya Narayanan Anjanan same ball receiving. Best of 3 games, Lavore. And out, 1 left. Down. And out, 1 all. Two, 1. Three, 1. Eslet 3-1. And out 2-3. And out 4-2. 5-2. 6-2.
So this much awaited contest today, the quarterfinals, the first women's
7-2.
quarterfinals of the day of the HCL Squash National
Left,
Doubles
left.
Championships 2025 between Anahat Singh and Joshna Chinnappa and Ananya Narayanan.
Ananya Narayan and Anjali Sembal.
Anjali Semwal.
So the duo of Anahat Joshna
Yes,
are
left. 7-2.
up against Ananya Narayan and Anjali Sembal.
And as predicted, Anahat and Joshna have raced ahead to a 7-2 lead before the game even started.
Yes. So just not allowed them to, come into the game at all.
Down and out. 3-C.
Game even started. Yes.
Pulling back a bit, Ananya Narayanan and Anjali Sembal have pulled back a point, narrowed the gap to 4 instead of the earlier 5 gap lead that Anahat and Joshna enjoyed.
And out.
7-3 the scoreline in Anahat and Joshna's favor.
But this is a
8-3
beautiful drop shot from Anahat. It was a lovely drop shot which her opponent couldn't pick. Once again, Anahat and Joshna take the point. A lovely shot from Anahat at that point. The last point, good smashing shot.
Game to Singh and Chinnappa.
Look at where she positions the ball, Anahat. Look at the angles she uses. She hits it low and at an angle where recovery is next to impossible.
Good smashing shot.
Game to Singh and Chinnappa.
Look at where she positions the ball.
Anahat and Joshna have won the first game. It was quite a breezy win. Walk in the park, as we were discussing earlier. 11-3. Anahat and Joshna have really whipped Ananya and Anjali. It was almost like a no contest. They just did not have any answer to this lovely combination. Youngster and a very experienced player. Two very seasoned player and an upcoming youngster. They'd be the favorites to win this.
For sure, that'll add to the kitty because Anahat Singh's, if she has a shelf at home, there can't be too much space left for too many more trophies. And she has hardly begun her career.
Yes, that's true. She's being trained by some of the greats of the sport at such a young stage. A lot of hopes riding on her.
Up and out.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's really a nice drop shot.
Again, Anahat.
Yes.
Low, sharp returns with no opportunity for the opponent to respond. That is a trademark Anahat Singh shot.
Again, Anahat. Low, sharp returns.
If there's one thing you noticed on this court, look at the
And out. 1-all.
movement by the players. Anahat's movement is minimal.
Yes.
She's stationary, she's positioned herself and she waits. And quick move and she's done.
Yes. This is what we also noticed in the first game. The winners were like really not moving as much. They were making the others move. This is as easy as it gets. She's just made it with the drop shot.
2-1 lead in game 2 after having wrapped up the first game in style and make that 3-1. Anahat Singh and Joshna Chinnappa lead 3-1 over Ananya Narayanan and Anjali Sembal. 4-1.
Brilliant forehand drive, which the opponents couldn't pick. Too far behind again. It's out of reach. This is some really great display of great drop shots along with good forehand drives from Anahat. I mean, this has been like really good mix from her. I mean, this is the game where she is, coming. We're really seeing the best of her.
The other thing, Kunal, just want your opinion as a senior journalist. This playing for someone like Anahat, who's such a youngster, very high on confidence, but playing with a seasoned campaigner, and almost a legend like Joshna Chinnappa, can at times be daunting.
Yeah,
Playing in the same team, but Anahat doesn't seem to have any effects of that. She just
exactly.
her own person.
She is really, as you said,
And
proverbially
out to
catching
five
bull
stop.
by the horns, as in she is the one
But
who's taking the
Anand
lead
doesn't
here.
seem to have any
Correct.
effects
And
of
You can
that.
hardly see Joshna Chinnappa in
Exactly,
action.
yes,
Anahat Singh calling the shots.
all throughout.
This
Down
show we certainly have
and
a
out.
world beater in the making.
Absolutely,
6-2.
absolutely. They've now raised to 6-2, and this will also be, looks like it will be a very
Down
easy game for them to win.
7-2.
Obviously, Ananya and Anjali will try
We're,
to put up some fight, but I don't think so. It's looking like that.
we're barely able to complete a sentence before another point is won.
Yes, left.
Yes.
7-2.
Making quick work of their opponents, Sat Singh and Joshna Chinnappa.
8-2.
There you go.
Once again, lovely drive.
Reminds me of a movie that I watched years ago. Nowhere to go, no place to hide. That's
Yes.
pretty much the situation their opponents are facing now. Ananya Narayanan and Anjali
They've
Semwar.
raised to 9-2 in no time. This has been actually more comprehensive than the first game.
10-2.
So
match
true.
ball.
They've just run out of steam or ideas. It's a lovely retrieval from Anahat again.
Down and out. 3-10
Once again,
match ball.
They pulled
It's a
back with
match
one
ball.
point, yeah.
this is the match ball, and they've again reduced the margin, but it's the margin is too big actually. And it's match ball, 1 point to Anahat and Joshna, and they'll be sealing it.
5-10
And
Let's
they've
say
done.
they're delaying the inevitable. It'll be remarkable to see them come back from here, though.
Yeah.
Great advertisement for the sport. Let's see if that happens.
11-5
They've
match
won 3 points on the
Singh and
bounce,
Srinivas.
But it's
Two
done.
games
but
left.
it's done. Anahat and Joshna sealing that
Done.
match ball
Delaying the
and
inevitable.
winning the match.
It'll be remarkable to see them come
Another,
back from here. Great
outright win
advertisement for the sport.
Yes.
for Anahat Singh and
Let's see
team.
if that happens.
As expected, it was completely
Won
one-sided.
3 points on the
But
bounce. But
knowing that both Ananya and Anjali are like third and fourth seed, we never expected them to lose this way. Initially, we were thinking of it, but seedings suggested otherwise. That they should have actually made a match of it.
So that goes to show that having watched so many matches of Anahat Singh, that there's a wide gap between the first and the second seeders
Yes,
in
that's
terms
true.
of ability and skills.
Yes, it's true.
There is Anahat Singh on your screen. Very business-like approach, even at this tender age. She's only 16, but there you go.
Exactly, very nimble-footed, very agile on the court.
Confidence, sky high.
Yes. One thing really impressed, one thing that really impressed me was that it was all Anahat in this pair. I mean, she was playing with a seasoned professional,
True.
as you mentioned, but it was Anahat all the way. You know, obviously Joshna was, playing through her with her experience. She was just, it seemed like it was like a very easy. It was an easy picking for her. This duo, the opposition
Very
for her.
true.
But Anahat was like more busy on the court. Which was
Sponsored by AVT, as we can see, AV Thomas. Dilip Thomas, the owner of AV Thomas Group, has also done a lot for Indian golf.
okay.
A lot of Indian golfers have been supported by AV Thomas, including the likes of Rahul Ganapati and he's done a lot for the sport in Chennai.
Ashwin, you've been connected with golf for a long time. There's something about some of the young talent that we should, look forward to in golf.
There is a lot more than talent. Khurram, I would like to talk about the fact that Indians have. I mean, there was a time 20 years ago when Indian golfers were just. They competed in the Indian Open. It was great. The man who changed everything for Indian golf goes by the name of Ali Sher. Ali Sher won the Indian Open in 1993. He in 91 and he won it again in 93. And he was a caddy turned golfer, and he gave everyone the belief that he can win. He can win a tournament at that stage. And Ali Baba, as he's fondly called, one of the nicest golfers on the circuit. Then watching him, there's a lot of motivation, a lot of others. The three top golfers of India, Jyotirand Dava, Jeet Milkha Singh, and Arjun Atwal. And now we have the likes of Anirban Lahiri and even Himmat Rai won a couple of tournaments, but a lot of young talented golfers are there right now. I mean, it's hard to name one, but Indians have competed in and won on every tour on the planet. The only thing an Indian has not won is a major. Indians have competed and made the cuts also in every major.
Which is a big thing. It's quite
massive.
a big thing.
It's massive. It's massive. So we're hoping squash takes the same route, because it's good to see several sports grow together in India. It can't be a cricket-centric country. So many people on here. You need to be able to use that kind of talent.
Considering that the sport is not that broad-based, making the cut in Masters or
It's
any
massive.
other,
Yeah, Shubhankar Sharma plays
Yes.
excellently. Anirban Lahiri and
the four big
Rahil
tournaments.
Ganges.
Yes.
Rahil Ganges has done so well on the Asian tour.
I'm sure it's bodes well for Indian golf.
One thing that I've always wondered about is a sportsman from one particular sport. Sometimes some sportsmen compete in some other sport as well to hone their skills in their own profession. Since this is a golfer, he may play a bit of squash to improve something. Very interesting concept that I learned, because I had a lot of back pain, right? A lot of back pain and went up to my shoulders everywhere. I learned that people who have athlete's feet, right? As someone who has an athlete's foot with an arched sole,
Yeah.
Off time.
cannot compete in sports like tennis, squash, and badminton.
You mean flat-footed?
Flat-footed people can play these sports better
Okay.
because their lateral movement is supported by the flat foot. But an arched-footed athlete who is excellent at sprinting, athletics, fast bowling,
Football.
even batting and golf, it's fine.
They-
Football also calls for lateral.
Okay.
You will have to move sideways.
Sideways, yes.
So lateral movement is very hard for people
Oh.
with arched feet. This I learned because there was this physio called Saif, who's Sachin Tendulkar's physio. I'd gone to him for my treatment, and he told me that my only problem is because I have an athlete's foot. So I'm useless at games like tennis. I mean, the thing is, I may play, but my body compensates every time because the foot doesn't support it. Because it compensates, unless my other muscle groups are strong enough, it leads to injury. So it's very interesting to see whether Anahat Singh is flat-footed or has an athlete's foot. Something
This
I'd
is
really like to
very
know.
interesting. This is a very interesting thing that you've talked about. That we always used to wonder that people with flat feet will struggle in any sport. But you're saying here that in sports with lateral movement, they have an advantage.
Yeah,
That's
because
very-
Ramesh Krishnan was completely flat-footed.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Really.
His father was
interesting.
flat-footed too, Ramanathan Krishnan.
That is intriguing. Really intriguing.
It'll be interesting to know how this works. If ever you meet Saif, I don't know if you've ever met Saif.
Yes, yes.
So if you talk to him, he's a like an encyclopedia of knowledge.
Yeah, he's quite good at it. He is the one who got brought back Harshit Rana from a very career-threatening injury in
He did?
2020. He was almost like he was in a situation where he would not be able to play cricket again. People were talking about that, but he gave. He worked with him for a year, and now Harshit is back, and he's played for India now.
Wow.
At that time, he was struggling to play even for Delhi. But Saif worked really hard on him.
Remarkable.
Yes.
Time.
So talking to people associated with sport in the sport ecosystem can give you so much more insight.
Yes.
Second HCL National Doubles 2025. Women's Pooja Aarti, Ratika Seelan to serve. Nilpama Dubey, Shamina Riyaz receive. Best of 3 games. Love all. Yes, let's. Love all. One love. Two love. And out. 1, 2. Yes, let's. 1, 2.
So that's Nirupama Dubey and Shamina Riaz, who also just won a point against Pooja Aarti and Ritika. Ratika. So that's Shamina just serving. Nirupama and Shamina in white, and Pooja and Ratika in light green with the
Nilpama
blue skirts.
white.
Nirupama and Shamina in white skirts. So that's
Yeah.
the two teams. Yeah.
These two teams are quite distinguishable this time.
So true. But ironically, Pooja and Ratika raced ahead to a 1 point lead, 2-1.
They've made it to all again. They made it to all. Nirupama and Shamina.
And out.
It looks like it's a close contest. Sometimes you can tell by the start of a game that it's not going to be a cakewalk for either team.
And out.
Yes, and there's not much difference because Pooja Aarti is seeded second, while Nirupama is seeded third, and Shamina is fourth, according to the seedings for this tournament.
Yes, let's.
So you have the top
3.
three of the top 4 players.
Yes. So you have the
No
top-
prizes for guessing who's won.
Yes, okay, the
And
one
that's saying
the one has just shown her class in the previous match. She has completely whipped up her opponent along with Joshna. Paired up with
Yes,
Joshna.
the one that's saying is one has just shown
Pooja and
the
Ratika
class.
have taken a 4-2 lead. It's really turning out to be a very interesting contest, but 2-point lead can get a little bit unnerving at times.
just to remind you, this tournament's
5, 2.
HCL Squash National Championship 2025. The Indian Squash Academy at the southern Indian state of Chennai, capital of Tamil Nadu, revived after a 17-year period in 2024. And this is kudos to HCL for
Revived
promoting
after
squash in India, because
17-year
now they've given a
period in
new lease of life to the
2024.
sport, which can most certainly, with the likes of Anahad Singh in action, earn India a gold in the Olympics in the coming years.
Yeah, if not a gold, at least a medal. She's could be a strong medal prospect in any event. She
But
would
at least a
participate in
medal,
India.
she's could be a strong medal
Really great
prospect.
big thing, and get an Olympic medal through her.
HCL Squash Doubles National Championship 2025, bringing squash lovers Chennai,
Doubles
bringing some
National
outstanding
Championship
world-class
2025.
squash lovers in
Bringing
Chennai, and hopefully
squash
converting a
lovers,
few more non-squash lovers to squash lovers, because this sport needs more people to take to it.
Pretty fast, also very attractive. Moves at a very breathtaking pace. And Nirupama and Shamina are trying to script a comeback. They've reduced the margin to 3 points.
And
They
Nirupama and
trail
Shamina
3-6.
are trying to script a comeback and reduce the margin.
Dominating position. They have moved to 7-3. There was some sort of, I think, an obstruction on the court in the previous shot.
It'd be interesting
Oh,
to know
that's a
what kind
beautiful
of
drop shot, but picked really well.
Down.
Beautiful drop shot, but picked really well.
Down.
It's using.
It's interesting to know what kind of footwear squash players wear. Because, essentially, you can't have any kind of heel element in your footwear. I'm telling you from personal experience because the one time I
Essentially,
tried playing
you can't
squash,
have
I sprained.
any kind of
So
heel.
I landed on the edge of the shoe and my leg twisted.
Yeah, one of the toughest things playing squash is to actually ensure that the ball remains in play, because the ball for a normal person not
Yes,
used to
sir.
playing squash, as we
Ensure that
see
the ball
Nirupama and
remains in
Shamina
play,
reducing the deficit to
because
2 points.
the ball
Normally,
for a
somebody
normal
who
person.
is used to playing squash regularly, it becomes for him it becomes very difficult to keep the ball in play because it doesn't bounce as much. You need to really warm it up and really apply a lot of force to you know to keep the ball in play.
There's a phrase for that. It's called a hot ball.
Hot ball, yes,
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 a hot ball is a squash ball that's all set and warmed up.
yes, yes. And for those who are in the preliminary stage of playing squash or early stages, they have single dot balls which bounce more. So obviously, if some of these players, if they are given those single dot balls, they become very difficult because it will race like a bullet. So
That's a little strange because in a sport like squash, the more you play, the hotter the ball gets and the more it bounces. In a sport like cricket, the more a new ball is used, the lower it stays.
yes, I think it's because probably because of the rubber
Wear and tear,
And
yeah.
out.
The
wear and
component
tear,
of
wear and tear.
the
How it
surface it
stays.
engages with.
Yes,
Right.
I think it's because
In
probably
tennis,
because
I'm
of
sure.
the wear and
Tends to
tear.
stay
And
longer
out.
once it
With
gets
time,
old. Yeah.
with time. So Pooja and Ratika, they have opened up a 3 point lead again, and they're really looking quite dominating.
The idea is not to look, while you have to be aware of where your opponent is, your eyes have to be glued onto that wall in front of you because that's what will tell you where the ball lands. You should also get an idea of where they are so you can anticipate angles. It's a very anticipatory game.
Yes, nice rally developing here. Really nice rally.
Let.
Neither side giving away, but
6.
they've appealed
9.
to the umpire, it seems. Nirupama and Shamina have appealed to the player. And the point is being replayed.
Stop. Play left, play left. Loud.
This is a common sight in double squash. Obstruction
7, 9.
resulting in strokes because the 4 players in the court, all the size of the court is increased, but still there is every chance of players bumping into each other. That's a lovely point. They ensured that the ball was out of reach. They killed it. Both Nirupama and Shamina are looking to come back. They've reduced the deficit to 1 point, and this contest is living up to the expectations. Initially, we thought that both Pooja and Ratika will walk away with the game. However, these two have managed to, Nirupama and Shamina have managed to come back, script a comeback. That it could be a nasty fall for Nirupama. And, probably slipped on the court,
We just talked about that right now.
they've brought the scores to level.
Expectation in each
That's a
team
very
was
good comeback by
that
these two.
both Pooja and Ratika will
I
walk
think
away with the
actually
game. However,
it was the movement
these
of the
two
player
have
that
managed.
brought her down. Yeah, she slipped, I think, with the impact of the player.
There's an interesting fact here. There is a difference that with the common man, you may think that a squash court is a squash court, single squash court, and a double squash court, like a tennis court. Because a tennis court, the lines are for a doubles are different and the singles are different. The dimension of the court is the same. However, a squash court, a standard single squash court has a length of 9.75 meters, that is 32 feet, and a width of 6.4 meters, which is 21 feet. However, doubles courts are slightly larger with a length of 9.75 meters, 32 feet. Of course, as pretty much the length is the same, but the width is 7.62 meters, 25 feet. That's 4 feet more than a single
Single
court.
court, yes.
So, well, the wall, of course, is the height of the wall is 5.64 meters, 18.5 feet. That doesn't change, but there is a difference in the width of a squash court, and obviously because there are four squash players competing, so it's interesting.
A little bit
Trivia.
a little bit of yes, very interesting trivia, Ashman. A little bit of concern for the duo of Nirupama and Shamina. Nirupama has, I think, come down. She has hurt herself. She's undergoing treatment. It will take her some time. She's getting the medical attention.
It's ironic, we were just discussing sprained ankle.
Yes, we were just discussing
that?
and both the teams are on 9 points each. So there is not much. There's nothing much in this contest. You know, there's not much difference between. I mean, by way of competition, you know, both the teams are neck and neck. Both the pairs are neck and neck.
True.
However, whether Nirupama gets back on her feet or not will have a properly, as in she recovers fully. That can have a bearing on the match. Yes, these are all movable. We were discussing the length of the width of the court. These are movable walls increased with when the game becomes a doubles game with singles. So they've just moved a little bit,
Adjusted.
a bit, yeah.
I can almost feel that ankle pain.
Yes,
That's the same thing. But I guess that's what squash plays. As you notice the shoes have an element of a heel.
Yes.
You don't play with flat shoes. You know, have you seen these Vibram shoes, the 5-fingered Vibram shoes that Milan Soman used to run in?
Okay.
I wonder why they don't play squash in that.
Yeah. I'm sure this.
Why would you
these
wear a
shoes-
heeled shoe?
Yeah, these shoes I'm sure will be having good grip for these courts.
Be interesting.
That's a
What
beautiful drop shot. But
Scoreline reads
really
7-3 in Pooja and Ratika's favor.
9-all at the moment. 7-3 was they made a comeback from 7-3. 4 points deficit. 4-point deficit they reduced. Actually, it was 5-point deficit at one point.
Oh.
And now they are 9-all. So they really worked themselves their way up from that position. So squash and badminton shoes are quite similar. They're interchangeable
In the sense,
in the sense that because they require similar sort of movement on the court.
similar surfaces.
Yes, similar surfaces. The court is almost the same. So probably for gripping and all, there's some kind of special sole. And squash players can use the badminton shoes. Yes, and badminton shoes can use squash shoes. So
Be interesting to know the other sport with a court that I was privileged enough to go and witness was the beach volleyball contest in the London Olympics.
Okay.
That is also a court sport, but it's not like a normal
Understand.
ball. We're talking about shoes. I'm sure even a volleyball court, an indoor volleyball court, will require shoes like this, and they can make do. But a beach volleyball court, you play barefoot,
Yes.
so it's really interesting.
Yeah, beach volleyball has gained quite a lot of traction over the years. It's a lot of countries now showing interest. India also developed a good beach volleyball circuit. Some real new sports coming up. Late last year, I was witness to this interesting fin swimming competition.
Really?
Yes, they use a snorkel. It's like swimming only, but they use a snorkel, and to ensure that
Underwater.
it's sort of underwater, but the snorkel
It's
allows them to
it's
breathe.
like a submarine.
Yes, it's like a submarine. You're swimming like a submarine.
Wow. So you're not so allowed to surface.
Yes, I think there are some rules with that, and then you also have those um, fins that you wear on your feet.
foot, yeah, to propel yourself forward. But what is the
It's
distance?
faster. It's faster than normal swimming.
Yeah, because the fins obviously.
Yes, it's the same. The distance is the same.
Okay.
But the fins allow you to move faster.
Okay.
And that's I think they're talking about having it in the Olympics. And let's see what is the latest. I think they're walking back on court after treatment. Nirupama is walking back on court. Will they be able to? Will she be fit enough to really put up a fight? That we'll have to see.
Nimbling up, Nirupama Dubey, a little bit of treatment to her left ankle.
Time all.
She's back to
On the
business.
Dubey to serve.
Being coaxed in by her partner.
Warming up a bit. Nine all, both the teams are at. Pooja and Ratika have won the first game, it seems. Yes, they have won the first game. They were 10-9 up.
Down. 11-9.
Well, that's right. So Pooja and Ratika have beaten Nirupama and Shamina in the opening game of the second quarterfinal in the women's category of the HCL Squash Doubles National Championships 2025 being played at Chennai.
They did well to make a fight of it, but after that injury, it was probably going to be very difficult to just come back on court. And
It is hard for any athlete right after an injury to go in and give 100% because it keeps playing in the back of your mind. You don't want a repeat, and you're also concerned about how you're performing. So lots of things.
Interesting.
Mind,
There's
human
one
mind
learn
takes over.
from drop
To
shot.
control the monkey in the mind is really hard.
Well.
Down.
These are young girls who are holding the ropes right now.
Drop shot.
They're on their way to becoming world champions. And, it's still a learning phase.
Seriously. Of footwear squash players where essentially you can't have any kind of heel element in your footwear. I'm telling you from
so Pooja and Ratika have taken a one-game lead in this HCL Squash Doubles National Championships Women's Quarterfinal number
RTM
2.
Sealand leads 1
And
India.
it will be quite a task for Nirupama and Shamina to make a comeback. Nirupama, as we saw, she's just recovered from an injury. She underwent some medical treatment. They started the game, the second game now.
Ball was good.
It was a lovely shot, nice
that's
shot
good.
that Shavina couldn't reach, but she is I think appealing to the umpire. It's appealing to the umpire.
Stroke to Seelan and Aarti. 2-love.
Pooja Ratika take the first point of this game, of the second game. They're up by 2-0 now. They're opening up a lead over here, and they have won their third point, and they're really racing ahead in this second game.
Lead away.
They'll have to do it all over again, the comeback thing, both Nirupama and Shamina.
Yes, left. 3-love.
Both Pooja and Ratika are moving quite quickly. I mean, they're really moving very fast on the court.
Down.
This was a drop shot that Shamina tried to retrieve, but unfortunately couldn't. So one more point to Pooja and Ratika.
Yes, left. 4-love.
4-0 is the lead. Not easy to come back after having lost the first match and the first game. Sorry, and sitting 4 points in arrears in the second. But Nirupama and Shamina are giving it the 100%. Will they be able to pull the rug from under the feet of the duo of Pooja and Ratika? Is something we've got to wait and watch.
She's hit the tin again, and it seems like they're going to lose the point again.
And you're right, 5-0.
5-0. Pooja Ratika opening up a 5-point lead. It is going to be really difficult for Nirupama and Shamina to come back. I don't think so. I think it should be much easier for them this in the second game. It seems like Pooja and Ratika are dominating this game so much. Nirupama and Shamina haven't shown that kind of ability to come back as they did in the first game so far, although they've taken a point now.
It's a mind game. Just if you push your opponent into a corner where it comes to their mental, what do you call that? Fighting powers, the belief systems. We push them to a corner, then it's hard for them to come back until they are extremely strong mentally and they can put things behind and focus on the present. Focusing on the present is the key to success in any sport. Because what is gone has gone. You can't change it, and what's coming, no one has any idea.
Especially in such a fast game, squash,
True.
where
Moment to moment.
You have to think.
The pickup was not up. Seelan.
The point was replayed. So Nirupama and Shamina are taking some points off their opponents.
Down.
And they are trying to
3,
come back.
5.
Yeah, they've won the third point. They've won 3 points on the bounce. So they're scripting a comeback. Pooja and Ratika have to be very careful now because
this is what a sport like squash requires. You need comebacks, you need fight backs, you need stories of people, fighting the odds and coming back. That's what builds interest in the sport. Nobody wants to watch a one-sided contest.
it's true.
So it'll be great if they can come and win this game. And like you've mentioned, now the lead is just 1 point. Yes, it's 4 points on the trot. It's not bad at all.
Oh, that's an excellent recovery from the two. However, the retrieval wasn't good enough to win them a point.
Yes, left.
Good enough to win them a point.
Shamina came in the way. I think it was an obstruction, it seems. Or
Down
it was a safety
7-4.
let. So the point has been replayed, it seems.
Down 8-4.
Pooja and Ratika have opened up a 3 point lead now. It's looking like they have it. They have
Yes,
really
let
come
8-5.
back after conceding 4 points on the bounce.
Make that a 4 point lead.
Yes.
So they are on a roll. It's just 3 points
Yes, let
separating them
8-4.
from winning this match and
Riyaz,
heading
you have
into
to
the
play your ball.
semifinals to book a clash against Anahat and Joshna Chinappa.
And a 5.
Semifinals will be played tomorrow and the finals day after. Very fast-paced game of squash. You have very little time to recover, so you got to make all the right moves early on.
And out 9.
Moves early on.
Yes, let 9-5.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Nice shot from Nirupama, which to which the opponent couldn't reach.
Not an idle moment on that court.
Yes, let 9-5.
After some scintillating shots, we've witnessed the duo of Pooja and Ratika win the point.
Yeah, Nirupama making
9-5.
lodging some kind of complaint to the referee. She probably thinks that there was some kind of obstruction, and point it seems is going to be replayed.
Out.
Quite a bit of crowd that has gathered to watch this HCL Squash Doubles National
Yes,
Championships.
let 6-9.
And Nirupama and Shamina have reduced the margin to 3, but I think, is it too late, Ashwin, for them to make a comeback?
Well, as a sports lover, I would never like to call it too late
Yes,
because
let's-
even if it's 10-0, I would give the opponent a chance to, because you
Like
still have
comeback.
an opportunity to come back realistically. But you can do it or not is a different question altogether. But it's a great advertisement for the sport of golf. If games go into the third game, if the match goes into the third game, then it's an even contest. And
Seelan, I want
unfortunately,
to stand
or
here.
fortunately for
That's not it.
the duo of Pooja Aarti and Ratika S,
T.
they have a 4 point cushion. Let's say 4 match points.
Yes, 4 match point. They have the match ball now, and they just need 1 point to advance to the semifinals. So we've seen quite good comebacks in racket sports, so people trailing by 10-1 coming on to. We've seen that quite a lot in table tennis. That happens quite frequently.
Match ball.
And
Ironically, after when this contest first came up, noticing the pairing, I had a feeling that Nirupama Dubey and Shamina Riaz looked the stronger team.
yes, both were seeded. They're like 3 and 4.
Correct.
Yes, let
Pooja
7-10 match
in the other
ball.
team, only Pooja was the seeded player. She was number 2, but 3 and 4, we were expecting them to win this game.
True. So they had the upper hand technically.
Yes.
With one unseeded and one seeded player. 2 seeded players clearly have the upper hand, but
Which goes to show that doubles is a very difficult game. You can't,
Very
bank on your rankings.
You can't. You can't. It's each person on his day, how you perform,
Down.
what
They
your
are.
mindset is like, how you recover. There we go. That's the duo of Pooja Arti and Ratika as having wrapped up this match in the quarterfinals and cruising into the semifinals to clash with Anahat Singh and Joshna Chinnappa tomorrow.
Yes,
It's
11-8
on
was
his
the mark
day,
of the second game.
how you
Second game.
perform,
And both the games were quite
how
closely
your mindset
fought.
is like, how you
Unlike the first
recover.
game,
There we
first game
go,
was
we
such a
go, we go, we
first
go.
match, the first quarterfinal, the women's quarterfinal was quite one-sided. This one wasn't. We have to give credit to Nirupama also. She suffered an injury, but still managed to come back onto court and put up a fight. However, it is Pooja Aarti and Ratika who are moving into the semi-finals. So next up is Villavan Senthil Kumar, the second seed. He will play along with Joshna Chinnappa against Mayappan and the duo of Mayappan and Deepika in the mixed doubles. Wait.
The mixed doubles coming up now.
So, Velavan Senthil Kumar, the second seeded, he will play alongside Joshna Chinnappa against the duo of Mayappan and Deepika. This is the mixed doubles contest. So we just witnessed Pooja Aarti and Ratika beating Nirupama Dubey and Shamina Riaz in the second women's quarterfinal after Anahat Singh and Joshna Chinnappa had beaten Ananya Narayan and Anjali Sembal. Joshna Chinnappa returns to the court within an hour, in fact, less than an hour, to pair up with Velavan Senthil Kumar against Mayappan and Deepika.
That's Anahat Singh on your screen again, busy on the laptop.
Strategizing,
They've
probably.
taken a point now.
Technology is
It's a mind game.
advanced to
It's
such an
just if
extent
you
these days.
push your
This
opponent into a
grouping
corner
of Mayappan now,
where
Gurunath
it comes to
Mayappan,
their mental,
you heard,
Yes,
was
CSK.
from Chennai Super
what do you
Kings,
call
and,
that,
and he was also
fighting
from Chennai. So I
powers,
wonder if Mr. Mayappan here is related to
the belief
Gurunath.
systems.
It
You
will
push them to
be
a corner, then
really
it's hard for them to come back until
who
they
is
are
listening to us.
extremely
We put
strong mentally and they can put
we
things
put
behind and focus on the present.
Mayappan,
Focusing on the
player's name.
present is the key to
Probably
success
is a
in
son.
any.
You never know.
I called them.
It's not a very common name, Mayappan. So
Joshna and
Could be related to him.
Mayappan.
Anyway,
and since they're both from Chennai,
yes.
so
So we're talking about Anahat. Anahat is going to return to the court with the top-seeded Abhay Singh for her mixed doubles match. It can be very difficult for players to play doubles and then come back for another game of mixed doubles. It can be really
it can. But then levels of fitness that the sport demands today,
Yes.
I'm sure they're meeting up to this. Someone like Anahat Singh has, I mean, if you ask me, she requires far less fitness than the others, but she makes everybody else run around.
Yes, that's probably true.
So her fitness is not tested to the extent that her opponents are. The fitness is tested.
And also, you have to keep in mind the strengths and weaknesses of both the opponent, both
True.
your partners.
True.
You have to be very careful.
I know. For someone like Anahat, I would say she needs to be more mentally fresh than physically, because physically she's hardly challenged.
Yes, she's 17, still
Yeah.
building strength, entering an age where she will become stronger and healthier, fitness-wise. But as you said, mentally, she needs to be
Fresh.
very strong. She's still young.
Top seeded women's squash player HCL Squash Doubles National Championships 2025.
We've had some really good contests throughout the day so far. The previous one really running very close. One wonders if Nirupama had not injured herself, could the scoreline been different?
Very
They were
true.
9-all, not 9-all,
Very
which
true,
was
very true, very true. Injury plays a big role, very big role. An ankle injury, especially because the ankle is what a squash player relies on. That's the foundation. So if you have a, say, if you have a, a shoulder injury or whatever else, you can manage. But the ankle,
And she appeared to be cagey in approaching the drop shots.
True,
I
true.
mean, because she wasn't probably stressing herself too much
True.
while retrieving the drop shots. It had a bearing. I mean, perhaps it's not just about your injury; it also plays on your mind.
Very true.
Maybe because you're always aware that you don't want to injure yourself.
मेरा राइट साइड वाला मेरा राइट साइड आपका राइट साइड वाला एक बार बैटरी नहीं मैं ये कह रहा हूँ उसका बैटरी एक बार चेक करना है मुझे हाँ अगर बैटरी अगर डाउन है तो मैं बैटरी चेंज करूँगा
And Nirupama, the challenge for Nirupama will be really tough because she returns on the court with Rahul Balakrishnan up against Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh. Anahat Singh. She'll be playing against Anahat Singh. This match is scheduled to take place at around 1:55, and it was really a tough thing for her, recovering from injury and coming back on court and then again appearing for another game of mixed doubles.
Reminds me of the famous saying, when it rains, it pours.
Yes. Imagine such a tough contest she's going to be up against. She's going to face Anahat Singh and Abhay Singh. Both are top seeded in their respective categories, as in Abhay Singh is the number one seed in men. And
That's Joshna Chinnappa in a popular AVT branded T-shirt.
along with Velavan Senthil Kumar. We have second seed Velavan Senthil Kumar and Joshna Chinnappa. They will take on Mayappan and Deepika. At the moment, they're warming up on the court, both Joshna and Senthil Kumar. Joshna and Velavan. Joshna and Velavan warming up on court as they prepare to take on Mayappan and Deepika. They are the favorites. Joshna with all her experience, while Velavan, he is the second seeded in this mixed doubles contest. So Mayappan and Deepika are on court warming up for their match. So Mayappan and Deepika are taking their time on court. They're warming up. It's going to be a tough contest. They're up against real big names, Velavan and Velavan and Joshna. It's going to be very handy. He's the second seeded, and Joshna is the experienced player. Velavan is the second seeded, and Joshna is the seasoned player. So obviously, it's going to be really tough as both of them enter the court. You'll see Velavan wearing the India shirt. India is inscribed on his back. That can be unnerving for any opponent. So Deepika to serve first up. Takes the first point, Deepika and Mayappan, the pair of Deepika and Mayappan. It's 1-1 now. Really good smash by Joshna in the previous play. Good drop shot, which earns Mayappan and Deepika a point, which Joshna couldn't retrieve. The two have opened up a 3-1 lead. Now Joshna and Deepika and Mayappan have opened up 2-1 lead. Joshna and Velavan hit back, and they have taken a 3-2. They've taken a 1-point lead. They're coming back. They're showing that they are the real champions after trailing early in the game. And Mayappa and Deepika hits the tin and concedes a point to Joshna. She just couldn't get the racket on the ball. So Mayappan and Deepika are trying to make a match of it. She hits the tin, and it seems like Velavan and Joshna are going to have another point. Yes, they do. Once again, Mayappan couldn't pick the ball this time and concedes a point. So Joshna and Velavan moving ahead, cruising to 7-3 now, opened up a 4-point lead. Initially, it was very closely contested. Both Mayappan and Deepika had started well, taking the lead, but now it's like Joshna and Velavan have really picked up as the game has progressed.
It's still early days. It's the first game, and it's a 2-point lead. They've inched to 2 points closer. I have Mayappan and Deepika.
Yes.
So early days. Looks like one of the more even contests today. But then we've got to wait and watch. As we proceed into the tournament, and that's 7-6, just 1 point separating the two teams. The two, as we proceed into the contest, obviously the standard of squash is going to only improve.
Yes, we'll have the top players
Quarters to
playing in the
semis to
top
finals.
players.
So there's a lot to look forward to. 8-6, 9-6, 3-point gap. Now that's getting closer and closer to.
A gesture of apology from Joshna to her opponent, Deepika. Is probably she couldn't reach because of her. Anyway, they've opened up a 3-point lead. I think this game moves so fast that the moment you're talking about them taking one team taking a lead or one player taking a lead, the other comes back within no time.
So true.
So that's the game ball for Joshna and Velavan. And they will move one up. They have moved one up. They won the first game 11-6. Deepika could not retrieve it well, probably hit in, and they lost the point.
On an average, each game, as we've observed, lasts around 20 minutes. Each match,
Each match, 20
Yes.
minutes, not more than that.
Approximately 20 minutes,
Yes.
so because
We haven't
it's,
seen any game move to third game
no,
so
not,
far.
not as
It's
yet.
been
So,
like that kind of a day.
so it's on an average 10 minutes per game.
Yeah, 10 minutes per game
Yeah.
at the most. But as you said just now, that we're going to see more competitive games as we move on in the tournament.
True.
Semi-finals, finals could go to
Could
three
go
games.
into the
It's going to be really will test
Full
the
hog.
stamina, yes, the skill sets and the stamina of the players.
it's a winner's mindset. Joshna and team are practicing continually, not waiting to, not wanting to lose that momentum, which won them the first game. And they clearly want to make quick work of this match so they can focus
Yes.
on
Tomorrow, the
bigger and more
semi-finals,
competitive games. Yes.
the semi-finals is scheduled for tomorrow. Joshna, even at this stage, after having achieved so much, she doesn't let up. She's always on the court. So it looks to, you know,
And out, one love.
Deepika to serve. They've taken they're 1-0 up against Velavan and Joshna, but they need to build up a lead,
And out.
4 or 5 point cushion to put pressure on them. However, Velavan and Joshna are not allowing them to do that. They're 1-1 now. The score has back to level. Joshna to serve again. She is. Joshna and Velavan have moved to 3-1, and now it makes things difficult for Deepika and Mayappan. As expected, these two were supposed to roll over Deepika and Mayappan, and they're doing that.
And out. 2-4.
4-1 is quite a handy lead. However, in squash, you can't say that.
You can't. It's a question of a 4-2. Like it beats famous last words. We've got just a two-point deficit. Let's see what
Yes.
they do. Will they pull back? Will they take it in the third game?
Yes. You talk about somebody's big lead and the opposition eats it up. Yes, 4-3. Good to see them getting back.
5-3.
I think our conversation is spurring them on.
Yes, it seems so. Once again, Deepika takes the Deepika to serve 5-4. Score in favor of Joshna and Velavan.
There we go, 5-all. They've drawn level. Have Mayappan and Deepika.
Yes, we were just talking about them staring at defeat, trailing by 4-1, and now look where they are. Now back in the game.
Oh,
6.
what a shot.
Well, drop shot.
That's 5-6. They're in the lead now.
And out.
Deepika has played an outstanding low drop shot, smash not even a drop shot. It was a low smash, which
And kill the ball there.
neck to neck now again. It's a
What
very
is
interesting
that?
game. It's probably the most interesting and close fought match today.
Yes, on the previous one was quite closely fought too. We can say when it comes to games, single games, this
Correct.
one must be ranking amongst the most closely fought throughout the day that we have seen. Joshna Velavan take a 1 point lead now. Imagine if they were to win game two, Mayappan and Deepika, what kind of confidence would they go in with in the third game?
Well, they will be on a roll.
9-6.
However, Velavan and Joshna have now opened up a 3 point lead. Deepika and Mayappan really being made to work very hard. Both Joshna and Velavan are making them run around the court. Kind of an obstruction from Joshna. Mayappan couldn't reach that, but the point goes to Velavan and Joshna.
And now, 7-10 match ball. Second serve.
So Joshna and Velavan seal the game. They seal a spot in the semi-finals. Ashwin, what do you make of this match?
It will look like it was, of course, Joshna and Velavan won the first game pretty convincingly. But the second game, it was good to see Mayappan and Deepika come fight back and draw level after being 5-0 down. But clearly, the more competitive and better team won. And Joshna Chinnappa is a massive name in Indian squash and even world squash. There she is, standing there posing with her racket.
Yes.
Walks onto a squash court, and she knows exactly what to do. And she just stood there and delivered, as did Velavan.
Let's not forget Velavan. He's the second seed. He was really brilliant in this game. He ensured that he ensured proper support to Joshna. So Joshna has moved to two semi-finals now. She is paired with Anahat in the women's doubles semis and with Velavan in the men's mixed doubles semis.
There they are, as you mentioned, Joshna and Anahat having a quick chat
And they're
and a good
probably
laugh.
strategizing for tomorrow. But Anahat has to overcome one hurdle today. She will be up against Rahul Balakrishnan and Nirupama Dubey, and will have with her Abhay Singh, the top seeded Abhay Singh. She'll be pairing with Abhay Singh against Rahul Balakrishnan and Nirupama Dubey. That will be at 155. Before that, we have Rahul Betha and Anjali Semwal, the pair of Rahul Betha and Anjali Semwal against the Sandesh PR and Shamina Riaz. And Rahul Betha is seeded third, Anjali Semwal is seeded fourth, and their opponents Sandesh PR and Shamina Riaz are expected to put up a fight.
Let's see what happens. It looks like it's the script for tomorrow is already kind of drafted by the powers that be.
Yes, we just have to wait for the Anahat game. And
Anahat is only 16 years of age.
yes,
And at this tender age, she has the mindset of a seasoned champion.
yes,
It's
the way she's approaching the game is quite amazing.
having watched such tournaments, she just walks in, does her business, and leaves. There is not a trace of nervousness or anxiety when in her body language, even if it exists in her mind, she knows how to mask it.
Yes.
So it's outstanding the way this girl performs. Definitely the future of Indian squash.
Villavan will have another shot at Mayappan, or Mayappan will have a shot at Villavan, seeking revenge, because the two are in opposition teams when they play the men's doubles game later in the day at around 2:20. So Mayappan is paired with Abhay Vasudev, while Villavan Senthil Kumar is paired with top-seeded Abhay Singh. So that's going to be another important contest. Very interesting
So-
men's doubles contest. So that will be another game that we should watch out for. But
Yes.
up next is Rahul Betha with Anjali Sembal against Sandesh PR and Shamina Riaz. Who are you betting on, Ashwin?
If you ask me, I would give Sandesh PR and Shamina Riaz the upper hand. But then again, the game of squash is, even though Rahul Betta and Anjali Sembal are ranked 3 and 4,
Yes.
having watched Shamina play in the previous game,
Time.
she's
Following,
moving very confidently and her ball striking is outstanding. So
yeah, in the previous match, she had a sort of a misfortune that her partner had suffered an injury.
true. There you talk about her, and there she is.
Yeah.
You're becoming psychic, Khurram. I think you before you talk about something, it appears.
I think
Yeah, stay.
it seems the camera people are listening to us.
Yeah,
Maybe
that could
perhaps.
also be. But I bank more on the fact that you're a psychic. So that's Nirupama having a foot taped. When is she playing next? Like, let's take a look. She's playing against.
She's playing with Rahul Balakrishnan against Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh at 155. But before that, we have Surat Chand and Pooja Aarti pairing up against Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi.
So we've got two games now before Nirupama takes to the court again. So she has a little time to
Yes,
recover and get set mentally and physically.
yes, that's true. So this is match 6 of the day coming up. We've already had 5 really good matches, barring I think one game or 1 2 games. The rest of them have been very competitive.
Very true. Because thanks again to HCL support, squash in India has found a platform to express itself. And all the talent we have in this country is surfacing slowly but surely. And the results are there for everyone to see.
Great opportunity for youngsters, no doubt. As you rightly said, HCL needs to be thanked for
It's
the
outstanding
opportunity.
contribution, yeah. So that's Anjali Saimwal in a black skirt and a yellow top, yellow t-shirt or whatever it is, a black and yellow t-shirt, and that's Rahul Betha
My height.
in all black, competing against this duo is warming up right now, and then we'll soon have Sandesh PR and Shamina Riaz on court.
நம்ம அக்கறையில் ஒருத்தவங்க வேலை செஞ்சுட்டு இருந்தாங்க ப்ரோ சாரதா மாதிரி
Time.
Match number 6 for the day of the HCL Squash Doubles National Championship. Just to remind you, this tournament is being played at the Indian Squash Academy in Chennai. Chennai, in many ways, is the home of Indian squash, having produced some outstanding champions.
HCL Square Doubles National Championship 2025.
Squash Rackets Federation of India
Serve. Shamina
has a very strong base there.
Best of 3 games.
Chennai has got a great sporting culture, chess, motorsports, street and do that track there, tennis,
But
Cricket.
also cricket, yes.
hockey.
The level of
Yeah.
first division cricket in Chennai, club cricket,
Yes.
is as good as Mumbai.
That's very
And
good, very
as good as any
competitive.
place in India. Yeah.
Very competitive, and a lot of players play, a lot of top players play in that. There's also the Murugappa Hockey Gold Cup, which is a century-old tournament. So Rahul Batra and Anjali Sembwal have taken the lead. They've gone 1-0 up against Sandesh and Shabina Riaz. They've drawn the first blood. And Sandesh and Shamina in blue, while Rahul and Anjali in black. Rahul and Anjali have taken the second point. Shamina and Sandesh are trying to come back. Shamina served. Great forehand drives. However, it seems like Rahul couldn't pick that shot, and scores are level at 2-all. It's promising to be a very close contest, Ashwin.
And that's what we're here for, to watch close contests. And that's how the sport of squash can flourish in India. There's no shortage of talent. There is just some quality squash that the sport loving public in India needs to consume for the sport to grow. And the HCL Squash Doubles National Championship and other HCL sponsored tournaments are offering the Indian sport loving public exactly that recipe.
4-2 up, Rahul and Anjali.
That's Shamina in blue and Anjali in black.
Yes, Sandesh and Shamina will have to live up to their billing. They're wearing the India shirts. India is inscribed on the back of their jerseys. They have to play like India internationals. However, at the moment, it looks like Rahul and Anjali are running away with the game.
The amount of lunging one has to do in squash, you need to have very supple and strong glute and hamstring muscles to support your body.
Requires a lot of workouts.
And out.
In today's day and age, fitness, without fitness, there is no question of succeeding in sport.
That's true. Rahul and Anjali really taking on, really doing well, taking a 2-point lead. And it will be hard work for both Shamina and Sandesh to come back. But now they've opened up a 3-point lead.
7.
7-3 to Rahul and Anjali as Shamina failed to really take that shot from the sidewall.
8-3.
Ashwin, Anjali and Rahul walking away with this game. 8-3.
Early days, but yes, you're right. There's one more opportunity. In fact, even this game, you still have 4 points, 3 points for them to procure to wrap it up. So I'm sure Sandesh and Shamina are, like we say, we clawed back 1 point, but I'm sure they're not in any kind of stress about the scoreline immediately. But yes, they will have to pull up their socks if they have to stop this rampage from going on. They will have to catch up and then nudge ahead. A win in the first game is always a shot in the arm. It makes your competing in the second game that much easier. If you're coming back from a one down scoreline, then it's always that much harder.
Yeah, they need points in a bunch at the moment, at least to get their confidence up. Even if they lose, they need to make sure that they don't lose by a huge margin. They don't lose it comprehensively to get the confidence. at the moment, just above the tin.
9.
Just above the tin. This was a beautiful shot from Anjali, and that ensured that her opponent did not have a chance to reach that stroke. Killed the ball there.
What a
What
outstanding rally. Wow, it's
10 field.
each stroke being matched by an even better stroke.
eventually Rahul and Anjali come out winners in this point, but it was a lovely rally. It's really great to see such kind of rallies in the game. Keeps you hooked on to the game.
It couldn't have done anything to dent Shamina and Sandesh's confidence,
Yes,
this rally, even though they were 1 point away from conceding the
yeah,
match,
they have
the
Rahul
game.
and
Yeah.
Anjali have sealed in the first game, and they are one up now. 11-4 is a big margin, right, Ashwin?
Slip. No ball. Yes, slip. No ball. One, no. And out. One all. Yes, slip. One all. Two, one. Yes, left. 2, 1. And out. 2, all. And out. 3, 2. Four, 2. And out. 3, 4. Out. 4, all. Out. And out. 5, 4. Now left.
Not ready.
6, 4. Seven, 4. And out. 5. Down. And out. 8, 5. Down. And out. 6, 8.
So Sandesh and Shamina taking a 2-point lead. They have made a comeback in this game. Rahul and Anjali were leading by a good margin. However, Sandesh and Shah made a comeback. They lost the first game quite comprehensively, but they are showing a fight in the second game. And we might see the first match of the day. I mean, this would be the first match of the day, which could go into a third game.
That'll be interesting. But have you noticed one strange thing, Khurram? Till now, all the matches that have taken place have witnessed the team displayed on the left of the screen winning.
Oh, I did not. I did not. Honestly, I did
But
not.
this is the first time the team winning on to the right of the screen has a lead. I mean, they have taken leads in the middle, but yes, if they win, the team on the right of the screen on our monitor,
Will be winning it for the first time, again for the first time?
probably,
That will be really
because as
interesting.
you're facing the court,
I didn't notice
the
that.
wall, the team on the right side has never won today.
Very interesting observation, Ashwin. I've been keeping a keen eye on the games today, on the matches today. 9-6 to Sandesh and Shamina, and if they are able to pull this game off, this will be the first match of the day going into the third game, which is very nice to see. You don't want to see one-sided matches in
It's great
in any
advertisement for
sport. Yeah.
squash. Yeah, very true. You notice the consistency with which they've hit balls, teams over the tournament. They form patches on the sides of the court,
Yes, they're
right?
using the cross sides of the court,
Effectively.
the front wall. Yeah.
Also, the side walls have a few patches.
Yes.
So the center of the court hasn't quite been used.
Yes.
Center
Obviously,
of the wall, sorry.
the front wall, the center of the front wall is not being used, and Shamina and Sandesh have won the second game, and the match is poised at one game apiece.
As you
But,
mentioned, Khurram, this is the first game, first match of today's quarterfinals of the HCL Doubles National Championship 2025.
which has entered the third game. Yes,
Correct.
very true. But very interesting observation you made, Ashwin, that the front wall, if you see, the center has not been used at all. It is probably because they want to deceive through the corners. They want to deceive their opponents through the corners.
However, it'll be interesting to see in the singles game whether this is the same that applies or not. Because in the doubles, you've got people in the center, there's someone who can receive it.
Yes.
In the singles game,
I'm sure it will be
it will
used
be
more.
used a little more. Yeah.
So Sandesh is getting the Sandesh is getting a pep talk. This is an opportunity for both Sandesh and his partner Shamina to make an impact and come back. They lost the first game very badly, and although they're ranked quite high, both these players, it was quite surprising to see them lose the first game so convincingly. And
Without doubt, both teams are going to attack right now. Both pairs are going to attack because attack is the best form of defense. There is no other way but to go for gold. You've got just one game, you've got 11 points. You have to go for broke. So you're going to watch some aggressive, you're going to witness some aggressive squash the next 10 minutes.
I think Anjali is not happy with something. She probably thinks that one of her opponents came in the way, and Rahul and Anjali have got the coin. Nice little rally developing. Rahul has used the depth of the court really well. It's 1-all to Sandesh and Shamina. But yes, Rahul has used the depth of the court very well. I mean, he's always there moving around.
Height also makes a bit of a difference. Rahul has that little extra edge in terms of height and therefore reach. Shamina also has that edge over Anjali.
Yeah, she's taller than Anjali. As you were pointing out earlier, the corners of the court are being used very frequently. Again, they're trying to work out an angle and waiting for the opposition to make a mistake. It's backhand drives now, forehand drives earlier. The girls are playing the forehand drives, the guys are playing the backhand drives. This is a really interesting, scintillating display of squash. The rally is developing in third game. Rahul and Anjali are leading 2-1, but there's really nothing in this game that separates the two.
What a beautiful lunge and what a return, what a retrieve. Oh wow, this is probably the rally of the day.
Yes, should be the rally of the day, must be the rally of the day.
Yes, sir. 2-1.
The point is being replayed. Only fair after such a long rally, nobody got the point, but it was had to be replayed. But yes, Shamina and Sandesh have brought the scores back to level. 2-all, both of them. Shamina to serve.
Neck to neck, the most exciting game of the match, so to speak, of the day.
Yes, sir.
This quarterfinal, the mixed double quarterfinal between Rahul Behta and Anjali Semwal and Sandesh PR and Shamina Riaz. One game apiece, 2-all in the third game. I mean, couldn't get closer.
Oh, just couldn't reach the ball. Rahul tried his very best to reach out, but he couldn't. And Sandesh and Shamina move to 3-2, to 3 points with a 1 point lead.
If they manage to
Very
win
good.
this, it'll be scripting a comeback.
It will be scripting a comeback after game, after being one game down. It's quite a remarkable. That would be quite a remarkable achievement. But Rahul and Anjali not giving up. They've just won a point to bring the scores back to level.
3-all, one game apiece. Excellent advertisement for squash. All thanks to HCL and their initiative to put together the HCL Squash Doubles National Championship 2025. It's part of the HCL Squash Tours 2025 leg being played at Chennai. And now Sandesh and Shamina have nudged 1 point ahead, leading 4-3 in the deciding game.
Once again, Rahul fails to retrieve the ball, and even though he has the height, but the ball was hit so wide of him that he couldn't. And Shamina and Sandesh have taken a 2 point lead, which should give them some kind of confidence. But in squash, you don't know, things change very quickly. Great drop shot, but did Sandesh obstruct Rahul's approach? Did he come in his way? That is for the umpire to decide.
6-3.
No, he didn't, and Shamina and Sandesh get a point for that.
As Ravi Shastri would say, stepping on the gas.
Stepping on the gas, they are. You're right.
Sandesh and Shamina are 6-3 in the third and deciding game.
Oh, that's a lovely drop shot from Shamina that Anjali could not pick. It was such a deceptive drop shot. It's a wonderful display of
Yes,
the
left.
court's
Seven,
of display of her ability to use the court.
Court management.
Now tries the drop shot
Oh,
again,
what a
but what a
beautiful
beautiful.
shot.
4-7.
Great backhand from Rahul, which Sandesh couldn't retrieve. But still, they have a 3 point lead and they shouldn't be fretting as yet.
They're still 4 points away from annexing this game, are Sandesh and Shamina. Annexing this match, so to speak.
Yes, left.
Oh, that's a. Sandesh did well to balance himself back and play that shot, and he really gave that quite a smash. And the point is being replayed because Shamina came
8-4.
in the way. And Sandesh and Shamina have won the replay point. They move to 8-4, open up the 4 point lead again.
9-4.
That's 9-4. Inching closer and closer and closer to that semi-final berth are Sandesh and Shamina. What a beautiful shot by Sandesh. Great return by Rahul.
Yeah, they're giving it all, both them, both the teams now.
See the energy in the court right now. There is not one lax moment.
And it's the third game. They're keeping up their enthusiasm levels high. The fitness levels are seem to be very good. And Shamina Sandesh move on to the game ball.
Remember, you asked me who's going to win?
Match ball, sorry, yeah?
Remember, you asked me who's going to win?
Yes, yeah, you pointed out it'll
I
be-
should have predicted something else today. That would also work.
Yes.
But anyway.
Yes, and you were the one, yeah. After losing the first game, you had predicted these guys to win.
No, before the start, you asked me, and I
Yes.
said yes. But then that's, I guess, you always have a 50% chance of being right.
Right. Before the
It's
start of
not
every-
that I've beaten the odds, but yeah, it's good to see close fought match. And as you mentioned, Kunam, it's great to see a match going into the third game.
And yes, they've sealed it 11-5, losing the first game and coming back to win 2 games in a row. The first game they lost very convincingly. Nobody thought that they will make such a lovely comeback, such a great comeback. And both Sandesh and Shamina have moved on to the semi-finals, moved into the semi-finals. Winning the 2 games. The second game was closely fought. They came back from being 5-0 down, and it was a remarkable comeback.
Outstanding.
5-0 down in the second game after losing the first game. You make a comeback, you win the second game, and then you seal the third game. It's quite remarkable.
Just remarkable. This league rhythm.
So we've had the mixed doubles match between Rahul between the pair of Rahul Bata and Amjali Semwal against Sandesh PR and Shamina Riaz. And Sandesh and Shamina scripting a remarkable comeback. This was the second of the mixed doubles matches. Senthil Kumar and Joshna Chinnappa won the first one, first mixed doubles quarterfinal of the day. And now Shamina and Sandesh have won the second. The next match between the pair of Suraj Chand and Pooja Aarti, they will be up against Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi. And Suraj Chand and Pooja Aarti, by the looks of it, they are the favorites, but you never know what things might bring. But the big match after that is Anahat Singh will be in action along with Abhay Singh, top seeded Abhay Singh, and Anahat Singh will be up against Nirupama Dubey and Rahul Balakrishnan. So we'll have to wait for that. We'll have to see Suraj Chand and Pooja Aarti taking up, playing against Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi. So, what do you make of the day so far, Ashwin? We've had some good contests. The last one was really, really lived up to the billing.
I think the more we progress into matches in this tournament, the closer things are going to get, like mentioned earlier. And this three-game match that we just witnessed, outstanding comeback by Shamina and
Sandesh,
Sandesh
Sandesh
PR.
and Shamina were really good.
But this is given a glimpse of things to come. Of course, any match with Anahat Singh can't last too long. It always goes in Anahat's favor,
Yes.
but we never know. That's a great opportunity for the opponents to upstage a champion like Anahat.
And
they
grab
will
the
be-
headlines. Grab the headlines.
True. You only by killing Goliath can David
We become famous.
become famous. You have to slay your bigger opponent. You can't do a run of the mill, put up a run of the mill show and expect to be noticed. It's a great opportunity for other squash players to compete against and beat the likes of Anand Singh. They will, if even if they lose, they will go back with some information and go back as better players. So it's great, excellent news for Indian squash again, thanks to HCL. So we've got 5 games remaining today, including one singles match right at the end. It's going to be a lot of exciting squash. So stay tuned to this channel.
Yes, Suraj Chand, Pooja Aarti taking on Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi in the next match. That will also be a very interesting match. And after that is the big one, Abhay Singh and Art Singh taking on Rahul Balakrishnan and Nirupama Dubey. It's always interesting to see someone like of the potential of Anahat on the court. You know, you get to see so much by way of her movement. She's been training with some of the best former players, and that is displayed on the court. We saw that the improvement, that remarkable improvement the girl has been making over the past one and a half
Without
years.
doubt. Without doubt. Now, Suraj Chand is ranked 3 and Pooja Aarti is ranked 4 in their respective categories. They're going to play against the unseeded Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi. It's a great opportunity, again, I say, for Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi to upstage seeded players and leap into the limelight. So they will be as excited as their opponents to hit the court and make a name for themselves.
Yes, it will be indeed.
Time. Off time.
Arjun, you must have played a lot of racket sports, tennis, badminton, table tennis, squash. Which is the toughest of all?
I wouldn't know which the toughest is, but which do I enjoy the most? Definitely tennis. Tennis gives a different feel altogether, but my association with squash lasted only about 6 minutes. Because I went in Siri Fort Sports Complex to play a round of squash, and I walked in 6 minutes I sprained my ankle, which is why we had talked about that ankle thing.
Yeah.
Thereafter, I've not ventured to a squash court, though I would want to. However, I never have managed to. But of the lot, if you ask me, uh, I would vote for tennis.
That is the most enjoyable of the
Enjoyable, because when the tennis racket strikes the ball, that feel is far greater than when a badminton shuttle hits the badminton racket. I mean, for me,
Yes.
though at squash I'm
unless
inexperienced, I can't talk about squash.
yeah,
Playing.
unless you're hitting a badminton smash, that is the greatest feeling of all. But yeah,
Clearly,
you're
I've not
right.
done it.
But yeah, you're right. Tennis really tops the chart
Yeah.
because the feel of the ball hitting the racket, it's in itself great.
Great.
And you have to time it really well,
So true,
so that
so
you
true.
don't overhit it.
It's also the
That's-
more taxing sport, because in tennis you got to cover a lot more ground, you got a lot more resistance from outside. You're playing in the outside, you're not playing inside. Though you can play badminton also outside, but usually tennis, competitive badminton is being played inside. But tennis is mostly played outside. So
Yeah,
I believe clay court tennis is really hard.
yeah, it requires a lot of stamina. A lot of these
Grass.
Spaniards and South Americans, they're very good at it.
Grass court is quicker, so you need to be quicker on the ball. But clay court makes you tired, works your
Work
legs
really
up.
hard. Yeah, matches can go on for hours. It's, I mean, every point is really hard fought on a clay court. Unlike in a grass court, it's usually
Down and out, 1-all. The first service. And out, 2-1. Stroke to Dixit and Viti. And out, 2-all. This went 2-all. And now 3-2.
and Pooja Arthi taking a 4-2 lead over Ravi Dixit and Janet Vitti. Ravi Dixit had played a game earlier to this morning.
5-2.
Ravi Dixit was with Bhupang Senthil Kumar against Lokesh Subramani and Shivan Agarwal earlier in the day in the men's doubles. Here he is in the mixed doubles, but Suraj and Pooja are the ones who are running away with the game. Suraj and Pooja are in blue. Just remind our viewers.
Quick strategizing by Ravi and Janet. Janet, a left-hander, has that added edge. Always hard to play against a left-hander. You have to go against the grain.
True, very true.
It's like playing Paul Adams in cricket.
Yeah, that
And out 3-6.
Paul Adam was more than a left-hander. He was more than a left-hander.
Down.
Ravi and Janet are reducing the margin a bit, but they need to work a little bit more to get this game back on track, back in their kitty.
Down. 5-6.
They've picked up 2 points now, and they reduced the margin to 1 point. Suraj and Pooja lagging a bit. I think they've hit it beyond the line, above the line, and Suraj and Pooja hitting it above the line, which brings them back to six. Brings them to 6-6 now.
7-6.
6-7 now.
Yes, Ravi and Janet have taken the lead now. How fast things change in squash.
You blink an eye, and the score line has changed.
That's that. 7-6. Eight-six.
6-8. 8-6 in Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi's favor.
9-6.
9-6 now.
Yeah, there's been a remarkable comeback. They were trailing at 1 point, 6-3. They were down 3-6, and now they've made it 9-6. It's really great comeback from both of them. And Suraj and Pooja have kind of lost it in the middle. I think it was that big, that shot that they hit out of the above the line, above the top line. That is what changed the game
That's that.
and brought Ravi and Janet back in the game.
And looks like they're running away with the first game. Now Ravi and Janet leading 10-6. That's game ball.
And out.
The duel.
7-10. Game ball.
10-7.
Lucky to serve.
Never give up. That's the model of the game, and Suraj Chand and Pooja Aarti are following that to the T.
8-10. Game ball.
It's never over till the fat lady sings, and there's we have 8-10, just 2 points away from catching up with their opponents who are sitting on game ball in the opening game of this quarterfinal clash.
It's been a brilliant game, seesawed throughout. One team working up a lead, then the second one taking the other team again trying to make a comeback. It's been a remarkable game. Janet moving around Pooja and eventually sealing the game. They have won. Oh, sorry, not sealing the game. They have lost point, conceded points. Suraj and Pooja have made a comeback. They reduced the deficit, but eventually Ravi and Janet seal it. They win the first game by 11-9. And what a remarkable comeback, Ashwin. They
Outstanding.
were trailing 6-3.
Outstanding. And the last two games, last two matches, we witnessed fight backs. And as they say, never give up. give it your best shot. You never know, the tide could turn in your favor anytime.
Yes, and this game in particular was really remarkable. Janet and Ravi were trailing 6-3. Then they came back, and then we saw a fight from others, the other two, and before Janet and Ravi sealed it. Suraj and Pooja are seeded 3 and 4, number 3 and number 4. It would be really a big upset if both Janet and Ravi beat them.
So true. There we have Anahat Singh walking across, and we have some animated conversation among the spectators. Wards, coaches, friends, everyone's here to witness their favorites in action.
Anahat and Abhay will be in action just after this against Rahul Balakrishnan and Nurukumar Dubey. That will be the match to watch out for. We've already seen Anahat pair up with Joshna and move into the semifinals of the women's doubles. Now it will be her chance to make it to the semifinals of the mixed doubles. That is right after
Two
this
in
match.
one. Taking a look at that wall. I wouldn't want to be reborn as that wall. It's taken a beating or two.
Today, yes, very
And
much.
squash of the highest order being on display here goes to show the talent available in India. And unlike in other squash tournaments, we have a complete Indian contingent here, right? We don't have talent from other parts of the world.
Right.
So
As we retrace the fight back that Janet and Ravi showed earlier against Suraj and Pooja. To win the first game.
One love.
Back live with Ravi and Janet taking the first point.
To love.
Oh, Janet and Ravi are making them work, run around the court. This drop shot was excellent, which Pooja couldn't retrieve.
I think they've grabbed a nerve
Just left to love.
and they're going for the kill, Janet and Ravi, because after winning the first game,
And in such a fashion.
yeah, in such a fashion, yeah, come back. They're like on a roll, as they call it. Pooja and Ravi, Pooja and Suraj will have to pull something special out of the hat to
With the
upstage this
three
their
love.
competitors, and they'll have to do it in quick time because there's only 10 minutes to play for.
Right. Meanwhile, Ravi and Janet have moved up to 3-0 or 4-0 now.
For love.
They're just building up the lead. Janet has been very fast on the court, though she's a bit shorter, but she's making up with her quickness. And oh my God, they've crashed into each other, bumped into each other.
That will be replayed if I'm not mistaken, because unless Pooja was supposed to have moved away in time, maybe she just
She's
saved
got
the
a
shot.
point. Yeah, no, she's got a stroke. She's got a point.
So
Five
Pooja should have played the shot and
moved away.
removed her presence from and given Janet an opportunity to reach for the ball.
5-0 is quite a big lead. It will take some work for Suraj and Pooja to return.
There is the point in every athlete's, whenever they're competing, there is a point where they mentally start giving up, right? Because there is always hope up to a point, but there is one point where they start mentally giving up. Do you think they've reached that point now? Or do you think they're still going for it? I mean, physically they're going for it, mentally.
The next couple of points will reveal that.
Down.
I think they still have a
Ball down,
chance. I
down.
mean,
Out,
5 point lead is a big lead, but not really something that cannot be.
So you think 7 is that number?
I would say 7. They worked back. You know,
So
they've eaten
now,
back.
so that
They've
now
eaten
that
the
number
lead.
has changed to 9.
Yeah.
So it's interesting sport.
5-2. Ravi and Janet still up. 5-2, 3 point lead, and Suraj and Pooja just trying to stress a comeback.
Yes, let's.
Again, once again, Janet bumps into Pooja. She will probably get the point. Pooja played that drop shot and hooked into her. Well, the point is being replayed, it seems.
Yes, let's. 2-5.
That's game 2 of this quarterfinal clash in the mixed doubles category. This is the second mixed doubles match we're witnessing today.
3-5.
First one was remarkable, Sandesh and Shamila beating Rahul and Anjali to make a comeback. Here, Suraj and Pooja are trying to make a comeback.
Could this be another
You have to clear
3-game
now.
contest?
3-5.
Could be.
Yes, let's.
So Janet and Ravi can't take anything for granted. And commendable, Suraj and Pooja's mental strength is commendable, and their self-belief is commendable. The
Stop. 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 Ball was not up.
conversion of shots, winning shots is commendable.
Brilliant retrieval
The
from
pickup was not
Pooja.
up.
The drop shot was very nice. The way she picked it.
4.
Ravi and Janet winning a point after a long time. Increase the lead to 2, and Suraj and Pooja will have to restart again. And, will have to really work their way back into the game.
That's Suraj and Pooja.
This is neck and neck. Remarkable
Edge,
comeback between by the two.
Edge to just one stroke behind the leaders.
And out 7-5.
Clash of
So,
equals. No, then again, Ravi Dixit and Janet open up a 2-stroke lead. 7-5 is the score line in Ravi and Janet's favor. And you must remember they won the first game, so they are technically 4 points away from annexing this match and moving into the semi-finals. Will Suraj and Pooja allow that? Impede that and take the match into a third game?
Once again, there is some problem with the movement. Janet stuck behind Pooja once again. So 7-6. Slowly but surely they'll have to do. They'll have to ensure that they keep winning 1 point after the other
Aarti.
to see this game. But Suraj and Pooja not giving up. Really not giving up. This is
Looks like it has every chance of
And out
going into a
8-7.
third game.
right.
So Janet and Ravi are trying their best to prevent that and have nudged 1 stroke ahead, 1 point ahead.
Slowly and gradually, they're just inching their way to victory. But
That's
9-7.
2 points now.
Each point will give them so much relief and put the opposition under so much pressure
So true.
because they're already one game down. They don't have much leeway, so to say.
10-7 match ball.
Match ball. And yes, it is match ball.
Suraj unable to reach and pick that ball.
Eslet 10-7 match.
Once again, it's almost like a fight on the court between Pooja and Janet. One wonders what's happening.
Separated at birth, Pooja and Janet. They can't get out of
10-7
each
match
other's presence.
Imagine them playing singles.
I'm sure they won't get in each other's way. Singles is too much to expect.
Once again. Janet is just behind Pooja.
There was a little query in the middle. It's a muddle of players on that court right now.
Right, and I think they won the point, they won the
Match
match. Sealed it.
There was no dearth of effort, you can be sure, in this match. Everybody gave it 100%, but the better team won.
Although it's just 2 games, this game finished in 2 games, but it was closely fought.
True.
Both the games were closely fought. The first one, especially, where Janet and Ravi made a comeback, and in the second game, it was the other pair that tried to make a comeback but couldn't, eventually losing Suraj and Pooja losing 7-11 the second
Back,
game.
back, back.
So
Piche. Oh.
both Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi advanced to the semi-finals after winning their quarterfinal 2-0, winning both the games. Next up is the big match between where we'll see Abhay Singh and Anand against Rahul Balakrishnan and Nirupama Dubey. What an interesting match we've had so far. Both the mixed doubles matches have been really closely fought. In fact, all the 3 matches. The previous 2 were very closely fought. We saw Joshna Chinnappa and Vilavan Senthil Kumar beating Mayappan and Deepika quite easily. The next game was very closely fought. Rahul Betha and Anjali Semwal had won the first game against Sandesh PR and Shamina Riaz, but Shamina and Sandesh came back to win 2 games to seal the encounter. And after that, it was Surat Chand and Pooja Arti and Surat Chand who looked like they would win the first game, but Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi came back to win the first game after being 3-6 down. And then they won this next game 11-7. Although Suraj and Pooja tried to make a comeback, tried to fight, but both the games were won by Janet and Ravi, and they advanced to the mixed doubles semi-finals, where they will face the winner of the match between the pair of Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh against Rahul Balakrishnan and Nirupama Dubey. So this will be a really good contest, another opportunity for the fans to see the great talent as we retrace the match that was played just now. Suraj Pooja against Ravi and Janet. Ravi and Janet winning the match 2 games to 0 after making a comeback in the first game. So up next is Abhay Singh with Anahat Singh against Rahul Balakrishnan Nirupama Dubey. Then we will have the men's doubles. Abhay Singh with 11 Senthil Kumar against Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan. That will be followed by Ijaz Muhammad Zaid Ghani against Joel Dinakaran and Hari Lakshmana. And the final match of the day would be Rahul Betha with Surat Chand against Lokesh Subramani and Sheven Agarwal. we go through this game again, we see Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi winning the match 2 games to nil and advancing to the semis. Ashwin Anahat Singh again. We will be witness to this young sensation once again playing with alongside men's top seed Abhay Singh. What will be your point of interest? What will you be keenly watching in this game?
Anyone playing Anahat is head and shoulders above most of the players because of her natural ability. She is a prodigy. There's no doubt about it. But in a doubles encounter, teaming up with there's another factor. The other her partner comes in there as well. So her contribution is only 50%. So it's not like she's playing a singles game. So the opponent has an equal chance to upstage the duo. Only thing is they have to not let Anahat and Abhay run away with the initial momentum. This game of squash is all about momentum because you don't have time to recover. It's like a T20 game. There's not too much time to recover. In a test match, you can come back. You can script a comeback. But the shorter the format, the less time you have. So squash doesn't give you too much time to come back. So let's see how it goes. My money would be on obviously Anahat and Abhay, but we got to watch.
Unfortunately, I think the match between Abhay and Anahat is probably not taking place because Nirupama is unfit. It seems like, and we will proceed to the next match, which is Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar against Abhay and Mayappan. The match schedule has been changed a bit after Nirupama's the injury, it seems. So we won't be seeing Anahat with Abhay Singh as yet, just as yet.
But then my prediction will come true because I said Abhay will win. So one way or the other, you can be sure Abhay will win.
Yes. Yeah. Unfortunately, we were looking forward to that match.
Yeah.
But I think Nirupama's injury has ensured that that match is not going to happen. We won't see Anahat just as yet.
Well,
Because one way or the other, Abhay Singh will be in action. We were expecting him to pair up with Anahat, but Vilavan Senthil Kumar and Abhay Singh will be in action now. Abhay will be in action with Vilavan Senthil Kumar against Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan. It's going to be an interesting contest, hopefully.
quick paced game. Match number 9. Of the HCL Doubles National Championship 2025 being played at Chennai. The quarterfinal encounter.
Who will you put your money on in this match? Abhay
It could be anyone's game because we need to first look at the seeding.
Yeah, Abhay is the number one seed. He's the only seeded player in this match. He's a top seed, and he should be really quite a handful. We saw Velavan is a very good player earlier in the day. And Mayapan also fell a bit short, although he did put up some fight in that particular game that he played earlier. This was against Villaman and Joshna.
But in squash, I think the
So Villaman and Mayapan are against each
One
other
love.
again.
correct. So
And with
the
different partners, men's doubles.
true, but one seeded player versus three non-seeded players, the seeded players' impact is reduced to 50% because by just the law
Down
of
to love.
probability, because the other partner is equally responsible to involved in proceedings. So I guess obviously because if you have a seeded player and that to the top seed, you have an edge. There is no question at all. So obviously, Abhay Singh and Velu and Kumar
And
have an
out.
edge, but
One,
you
two.
never know. It's been an interesting contest so far.
So Abhay and Villaman taking a
And out.
2-1
3-1.
lead, early lead, 2-0 lead, which Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan
Down.
reduced.
4-1.
But then again, Abhay Singh and Villaman have worked up a 3-point lead. 4-1 they're leading. The game is moving very fast. Ashwin, game is
Down.
very fast. This game is really good.
Fast-paced games, yes, at this
5-1.
stage, and it's, you have top draw players. There's no wasting time. The business end of the tournament. Shorter rallies, quicker points is what we will witness. There are two more matches left to be played today.
Out.
So technically, Anand Singh is done for the
One
day.
right box.
I think, yeah, let's wait for the official confirmation whether this is a walkover. Nirupama is injured. We've got the official confirmation. Nirupama is injured. She did not take the field. So Anahat
7-1.
and Abhay have advanced to the semifinals of the mixed doubles with a walkover. And now we are, this is game 9. We are into game 9. Game 8 was a walkover for Anahat and Abhay. Abhay is back in action. He's worked up a 7-1 lead with Velaman against Abhay Vasudev and
8-1.
El Mayapan. 8-1, make that 8-1. So that they're making quick work of their opponents.
Yes,
I mean, the top seed in your side does help.
And out. 2-8.
8-2. They're pulling back. Are Abhay and Mayapan. Abhay Vasudev and Mayapan.
Abhay Singh, pretty tall. He's 6 feet and will be making good use of his height. Studied at the Guru Nanak College in Chennai, and is already been part of India's gold medal winning men's team at the Asian Games in 2022 Asiad at Hangzhou, and he won a bronze in mixed doubles at the same Asian Games, being one of the really upcoming youngsters, really as somebody
out.
who
9-2.
India are banking on. He's 26, just 26, has got plenty of age with him, plenty of years in him.
The Guru Nanak College in Chennai is known for its sporting culture. In fact, they have a cricket ground where a lot of league matches were played in my time, including some first division league matches. And they've also hosted a lot of tournaments. I'm sure now they're supporting.
Titles, one after the other. There have been an odd loss, but yes, he's one person that India will look forward to taking forward. After Saurabh Ghoshal, you need a hero in men's squash. India needs a hero in men's squash. He could be the one.
For sure. That's really long rally. This is the second rally that's exceeded a minute and a half.
Down.
We saw that. We
10
saw
to
that
game
in
ball.
an earlier match. I think it was the Sandesh Shamina game.
True, true, true. We saw that. There we go. It's got a game ball. Two for Abhay Singh and Velavan. They're making quick work of their opponents. They're mentally already in the second game.
Yes, it seems like they're making quick work of their opponents. Abhay, Vasudev, and Mayappan really have no clue against Abhay and Velavan. Abhay, the top seed. How would you feel after a long rally? You lose a point. You're putting your best efforts. You're coming up with some good rallies, but you're unable to convert that into a point.
It couldn't be a great feeling because I know you've actually given it your best shot and all that, but you're playing to win.
Left left. 10 to
So
game ball.
if you lose after a long rally, I'm sure it feels pretty rotten. But you got to put it behind you. That's what sport is all about. Sport teaches you life lessons. Put it behind you and work on what is next in your hand.
Brilliant rally again. Very excellent rally. They are not giving up. One thing you have to give credit to them for is that Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan are not giving up. They're 10-2 down. They're facing the game ball. They're against the game. They're losing it. They're still not giving up. That's quite remarkable.
But Khurram, honestly, the scoreline doesn't show that the teams are actually
11-3.
relatively evenly matched.
Yes, they have played.
Game to Singh and
They
Senthil
played
Kumar.
very well.
They played equally well.
Senthil Kumar leading
Maybe
1 to
Abhay and Velavan were slightly better, but the margin 11-3 doesn't show that.
As they say in cricket, they won the important moments.
Yes, that's probably the case here too. It'll require quite a bit of mental toughness to recover from this scoreline. 11-3 is a really humiliating one. Although, I mean, the performance was good, but the scoreline
It's very
disheartening.
disheartening. That's the word. Now the thing is, when, as you see, the winners are winners of the opening game are standing there waiting for their opponents to arrive. They want to finish this off fast, and they're going to attack because attack is the best form of defense. They're going to attack in the second game without doubt. There's no wait and watch out here.
Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar. We should remind our viewers that the match between between the pair of Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh against Rahul Balakrishnan and Nirupama Dubey could not take place, and Abhay and Anahat got the walkover because Nirupama Dubey was injured and couldn't take the court. So that meant that Abhay and Anahat advanced to the semi-finals of the mixed doubles. What kind of an advantage would these two have going into the semi-finals tomorrow? They have not been taxed much. They've played only one game as against the others who've been on the court for 2 games.
They clearly have an advantage. First, the biggest advantage is having Anahat Singh in your team. The second advantage is being fresh to compete on a stage as big as the semi-finals. So the odds are clearly in their favor.
Right. As the second game of this competition starts.
1 love.
But and Abhay Vasudev will have to work up some magic. They will have to really do something. This brilliant duo of Abhay Singh and to overcome this brilliant duo of Abhay Singh and Velavan.
Stroke to Mayappan. Allowed 1 all.
At the moment, they have the upper hand, Abhay and Velavan. And
Allowed 2-1.
They've drawn level. So it's even Stevens right now in game 2. After having lost game 1, that is Abhay, Vasudev and Mayappan.
how long before a drop shot?
Yes, let 2-1.
2-1. They win the second point too. And so there have been some big rallies in this match. There have been really interesting rallies, but somehow the other, Vasudev and Mayappan have not been able to convert them.
True. The opponents have won the big moments. So essentially, you can't pick a better player out of these rallies because they've all been outstanding.
One of the things that I've noticed in this Abhay Singh and Velavan combination is that they know their space in the court, which is not the case with doesn't seem to be the case with Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan. On occasion, I've seen them moving towards the same area of the court, chasing the ball.
Great observation. Yeah, that's a great observation. You're right. So they know. So they've, what do you call that? Occupied their territory. They made their space, and they're dictating terms from there. So that's what they're doing, and that goes to show because they're leading 4-1 now. As I mentioned, a squash player can never fail the geometry test because it's all about angles.
True.
5-1.
6-1.
Using the court, using the line, using the crease terms, which for a sportsman are very important. The angles in every sport are very important, more so in active sports.
I think this is when, I personally feel, this is when the Abhay, Vasudev and Mayappan are slowly getting mentally disintegrated.
Yes, they are confident.
Having lost the first game and 5 points down in the second. This is where they need to pick up their mental game.
And remarkable recovery it will require. I mean, they need. It's not just the mental bit. I think the skill sets are much superior.
True. That's very clear.
Relevance. Yeah, we talked about this. The coordination between the two.
What they should at least try to do is give them a good run for their money.
Yeah, you never know. They might just get frazzled by the, if they win 2-3 points.
Make them try new things. Make them make mistakes. So
at the moment, it's not happening. They worked up a 6-point lead, 7-1. They just need 4 more points to advance to the semifinals.
Stop. All up. And up 2-7.
They wrestle back 1 point.
Down. And up.
Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan. And lost the advantage twice over.
I think Abhay and Velavan having a left-hander in the side might be helping them in the sense that for a backhand you have a forehand which can be more impactful.
True. A side with the left-hander always has an advantage.
Send to match ball.
That's the story of the day for this duo. Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan have not had the greatest of outings. They've been part of a handful of excellent rallies. The rallies too have not gone in their favor.
Mostly in game 1 they did had some good rallies,
and that's it. Game and match to Abhay Singh and Velavan. The top seeded Abhay Singh is now in the semi-finals along with Velavan. Semi-finals of the men's doubles contest of the HCL Squash Doubles National Championships 2025. We've got 2 more games scheduled for today.
Yes, Mayappan has lost both the games today that he played. One as part of the mixed doubles team with Deepika losing to Velavan, and again this time losing to Ray and Velavan in the men's doubles.
both. Lovelish. Lovelish. 1 second.
As we look back at the game, we see the real dominance, the dominance by Abhay Singh and Velaman. They just did not give Abhay Vasudev and Meppen any opportunity in the second game. First game, at least, they had put up some fight through their rallies, although the point difference was huge. But in the second game, it was all Abhay Singh and Velaman all throughout. I think they lost after putting up a good fight in the first game and not getting the results. They probably lost the enthusiasm in the second game.
Correct. So that's what I was saying. Mentally, there's always a stage when you mentally give up. The best in the business don't mentally give up till the last ball is bowled in cricket or the last shot is executed, because winning and losing doesn't matter to them. They want to give their best to every shot. That's what probably a Djokovic or a Federer, or that's what these guys do. But that's where these are young squash players. They should get to that stage at some point. But yes, it is demoralizing when you've lost the first game and you're 6 or 7 points or 8 points down in the second. That's how it is. 2 games to go today.
So next up is Ijaz Mohammad Zaid Ghani against Joel Dinakaran and Hari Lakshmana. So this will be the men's doubles quarterfinals. And after that, it will be Rahul Behta with Suraj Chand against Lokesh Subramani and Shivan Agarwal. That will be the match to watch out for. Rahul Behta is the second seeded player. He will partner Suraj Chand against Lokesh Subramani and Shivan Agarwal. Ashwin, we saw a little bit of cricket on the squash side of the squash court. Somebody was practicing a cricket shot.
End of the day, everybody wants to play cricket.
Yeah.
Even a squash player is practicing his front foot defense.
True. Great opportunity for all the youngsters. This HCL championships, HCL doubles championships, 2025. The second HCL doubles championship 2025. Last year was the first one. Took place after a gap of 17 years, and quite an effort by the sponsors and the association to actually put it all together and provide youngsters with a great opportunity.
Without doubt, kudos to HCL for this. In a cricket crazy country, to promote excellent sport like squash augurs very well for the all-round development of sport in India.
Tournaments like these also bring youngsters to the limelight. Domestic competitions always bring players to limelight and give them the confidence to play with the best of the country against the best of the country.
100%. And as we mentioned, squash, India has a medal hope in squash in LA and beyond. So this is something that the HCL squash doubles national championships will certainly play a huge role in by providing this platform and honing the skills of our youngsters to compete at that level and win.
Bye.
So, Ijaz Mohammad Zaid Ghani against Joel Dinakaran and Hari Lakshmana.
Zad, who won the toss? Service?
This is the next match,
Service toss?
the men's doubles, which will be followed by Rahul Baitha Surat Chand against Lokesh Subramanian and Shivan Agarwal. That will wind up the day, and we will be back tomorrow for the semi-finals. Players warming up for the next encounter. The players competing in the next game warming up, getting the ball warming up the ball and their bodies. This is going to be an exciting quarterfinal, I assume.
For sure, every game hereafter is going to be a hard-fought game. Yes, unfortunately, the last match was a one-sided affair. Also because you had the top-seeded men's player, Abhay Singh, competing in what turned out to be the winning side, and not surprisingly. But with two matches today, will determine who competes in the semi-finals tomorrow. And then all concludes in a grand finale on Friday. That is the 23rd of May 2025, HCL Squash Doubles National Championships 2025. The Chennai leg will come to a conclusion on the 23rd of May 2025. कपड़े तो पहना लो.
So Joel Dinakar and Lakshmana taking 2-1 lead early in the game. Lovely shot. Reminds me of the sweep shot played in cricket. Lamp shot or sweep shot.
There's also the falling sweep, which Rishabh Pant has started playing, but not so successfully these days.
Yeah, it's not getting it right nowadays.
3-1 to Joel and Lakshmanan. Ijaz and Zad Ghani playing Joel, Dinakaran and Lakshmanan.
Three all, they've brought it back to 3-all. They were initially trailing. At the moment, it looks like it will be a very close game. What do you think?
Certainly looks like that. And we do need squash matches to go into a third game. That's when the excitement levels get built up.
Joel Dinakaran and Lakshmana are up by 5-4. It's anybody's game now. They're just running it very close, both of them. Both the teams are going very close.
And now, 5 all.
And that's Ijaz serving.
6-5.
Moved up to 6-5. Ijaz serving again.
This is going to be a very close match by the look of it.
7-5.
पता नहीं
नहीं लिख तो रहा है
Now, 6-7.
This match is going very close at the moment. R is unable to pick that shot. It is a very poor miss, very, really bad miss. And which allows Ijaz and Zad to get the point. Joel Dinakaran and Lakshmana could be doing this mistake, might do this mistake, this missed opportunity later, as they concede a 3-point lead now. And Ashwin, after a close fight initially, these two have they worked up a lead.
Ijaz is service precise and sharp. You have to be on the ball to be able to address it successfully.
10-6. Kick ball.
4-point lead is a big margin, especially when you have the game ball. And
Kick ball. Stop.
Joel and Lakshmana have pulled one back, but could be a bit too late considering that they're just 1 point away from sealing the game.
But it looks like they're clawing their way back. Just 2 points behind the lead, but then again, Ijaz and Zad, the quality of squash that they're putting out on display, it's hard to upstage them. And even a 2-point lead looks like a Grand Canyon standing between you and wind. And true enough, Ijaz and Zad have backed up the first game.
11-8. Eventually, it was the score line suggests it was closer. However, it was more one-sided. I mean, they were just trying to make work their way back, both Joel and Lakshmana, and they fell behind. Initially, the game was equally fought, but then I think these guys ran away with the game.
True. So that's 1 up to Ijaz and Zad Ghani against
Joel and Lakshmana. Joel and Lakshmana played very well initially. They were, but somehow or the other they fell off the pace. The movement weren't that really quick on the ball. I think probably a more heavy-footed in the latter part.
You're right. They had a 2-point lead initially, and they just relinquished it. And then the tempo. It's all about the tempo.
Yeah.
Who has the
Whoever takes the tempo.
what they call in Hindi, nas pakad liya.
Yeah, they've grabbed the
nerve,
by the horn,
right
yeah.
nerve. Yes. Everything has a pulse. You grab hold of the pulse, and you're rocking.
Seems to be the case in this match with Zad and Ijaz. So the next match is obviously after this we are going to have at the best we are going to have a couple of more games. At the most we're going to have a couple more games in this match, and after that we have the final one for the day, which will be Rahul Beta Suraj Chand against Lokesh Subramani and Shiven Agarwal. But before that, Joel and Lakshmana will try to script a comeback. We've already seen one comeback in the day. That was by Shamina and Sandesh against Rahul Baitha and Anjali in Sembal. They were one down and they came back to win the two games. Can Joel and Lakshmana do the same?
As they say, all good things come in small packages. So both Ijaz and Zad are smaller built than their opponents, but they pack a punch. They're like lightning on the squash court,
Yeah, they're
and
moving very fast.
they have got their bigger built opponents running for cover. However, in the second game, we have Joel, Dinakaran, and Lakshmana grabbing the initiative with 2 points. Let's see how this flows. Well, they've drawn level.
Back to 2-2.
It's not easy to
Keep them out of the game.
Zad out. Yes, they're nimble, sharp, quick, and their planning and shot execution is precise. Results speak for themselves. 1 point lead again to Joel and Lakshmana.
Yeah, but they need to open up a 3 or 4 point lead to really put pressure on Zad and Ijaz because they're already one game down.
Surely it keeps playing in the back of your mind when you're one game down. It's not as easy as playing the first game. You always have it, that this is the only opportunity. You have to go for broke because it's not a 5-setter. It's not a 5-game affair.
Not at all.
So you don't have that leeway to come back if you lose ground early.
3-all, they've drawn level again. They're not leaving them. They're not leaving them.
It's 4-3 now.
Chasing them to the tee and 4-3 up for Joel, Dinakar and Lakshmana, but 1 point lead, I think it always full of pressure.
It's a 2 point lead now. But what will Ijaz and Zad do? They pulled back 5-4 in favor of Joel and Lakshmana. Ijaz and Zad aren't letting up, you can be sure about that.
Missed opportunity again, but yes, Joel and Lakshmana will be happy to have 1 point to restore the lead to 2 points. I think to be fair to them, they're trying to their best. They're giving out their best to put pressure on both Ijaz and Zad. And now they have raced away to a 3 point lead. Now these things are getting interesting now. If they can pull this game, they can win this game. That'll be really all back to
Even Stevens.
Yeah,
All
restart.
square, even
They have to
Stevens.
put the restart button on
So
for
true.
this third game.
And that's a 4 point lead. You're right, Kuram. They're racing ahead.
It's quite an effort in the second game by Lakshmana and Dinakaran.
I think what's improved from observing this is Joel and Lakshmana's court management. So they were unsure of their place on the court in the first game. Here they are more sure-footed. You see them moving a lot less and executing more. But Ijaz and Zad have nudged 2 points behind them. Make
I
that
think 1 point. They're climbing back. They're not leaving them. They're not leaving the chase. That's what good teams do. Good players do. Good players
They
do.
draw level.
Yes, and I think this is an opportunity lost by Dinakar and Lakshmana. They have themselves to blame. They had a 4 point lead. They could have actually taken this game at the scruff of the neck, but they didn't. They allowed Ijaz and Zad to work back.
More importantly, Ijaz and Zad have rested the mental initiative. Even though they're 1 point behind now and their opponents have gone up, they've rested the mental initiative. The momentum is in their favor now. So it's up to the opponent take charge now. And like you used a brilliant phrase, catch it by the scruff of the neck, catch the opponents by the scruff of the neck and take them to the cleaners. But this is getting closer than we anticipated.
Yeah, lovely drop shot got them a point. It turns out in the previous rally, and there's been obstruction. I think he's run into his opponent, but yeah, Joel and Lakshmana get the point.
Oh, Joel and Lakshmana.
Next line. 10-9, game ball.
So Joel and Lakshmana have won the second game. It's 1-all going into the third game. This is the second game. This is the second game in the day that we've seen moving into the third game. And what a remarkable comeback by them. It seemed like Ijaz and Zad were staging a comeback. 4 points down, 4 points behind, and from 8-4 to 8-8, then 9-9, and then so this is Ramachandran, the head of the Squash Rackets Federation of India. He is also the brother of N. Srinivasan, former BCCI Supremo and the owner of Chennai Super Kings. Both the brothers like peak in sports, really contributing a lot to the sports, Indian sports. He is also the triathlon administrator, not just the squash administrator. He's the president. He has also served as the president of the World Squash Federation.
Back to business. For game 3, players will hit the court very soon.
They have, yeah, they've drawn level. Joel and Lakshmana, Ijaz and Zad won the first game. Joel and Lakshmana won the second game. The match is poised at 1-all. This is an interesting game.
There they are. Back on the court, the two teams.
At the moment, it is anybody's game now. Both the teams will have to, both the pairs will have to start afresh.
Evenly matched contest. So while Joel and Lakshmana use their height to their advantage, we got their opponents using their dexterity and quick footwork to essay winning shots. Ijaz and Zad gun.
Nice rally with a lovely drop shot. Brings Ijaz and Zad a point.
Resting the initiative early, setting momentum. They are 3-0 up already. They're a minute and a half into the third game. Ijaz and Zad are now 4-0 up.
They did the same thing in the first game too. They ran up a very big lead, and from there, Joel and Lakshman found it very difficult to come back. But here, it's not a 5-0 lead as it was in the game one. Joel and Lakshman have pulled one back.
Game 3
Excellent
of a
drop
very
shots. Yeah, very deftly picked.
five one, 4 point lead. The closer it gets to that 11
I
mark,
think it's 5 point lead now, 6-1.
closer it gets to that 11 mark, the harder it's going to be mentally for the opponents. That is Joel and Lakshmana. Despite having, as I said, a brilliant win in the second game, good comeback. They've lost ground in the third, conceded a 5 point lead to their opponents after having wrested only 1 point in their own favor.
Seems like Joel and Lakshmana gave their all in the second game. And will be struggling to get back into this game. Or Ijaz or Zad probably have got fresh energy in their legs to kind of
I think
gone
Ijaz
all
and
out.
I think Ijaz and Zad just got a little complacent in the second game. Because they played so well in the first, they must have got a little complacent. But now they've pulled up their socks, and there you can see the results for themselves.
Though Joel and Lakshman are not yet out, they are pulling back, but the 4 point lead is quite a big one. They'll have to work really hard to reduce that further.
3-6.
And they're doing that at the moment.
It's also interesting to see which pair of players is benefiting from whose mistakes. Is it their shots that are fetching them the points, or the opponent's mistakes? So we've got to
And now 7-3.
points.
Great backhand drives, matching one, matching the other. 5 point lead again for Ijaz and Saad, and I think it will be very difficult for them to come back from here.
100%. Looks very difficult. Quality of opponents and the quality of shots being executed by them is going to make it very, very, very difficult. A little query there. Whose favor will that point go in?
And now 4-8.
It goes in Joel and Lakshmana's favor. So does the service.
5-8.
Oh, they're clawing back.
Yes,
Interesting.
they've reduced it to 3 points.
This is the deciding game. So it's the winner takes it all right now.
The gap has been reduced to 2, and now they're working their way back into the game. Great forehand drives are being executed now.
Now 9-6.
What happens when you work up a big gap, say 5 points, so you still have the cushion, and this is what Ijaz and Zad have done. They had the cushion, now they've come back and increase it to 3 after being, getting it reduced, after seeing it get reduced to 2.
They can also take that risk which the opponents can't afford to take.
Yes, they have to be very considerate. The opponents will have to play within themselves.
There's only so much you can achieve by playing within yourself, but by taking a risk, you open up your realms of possibility. So 9-6, Ijaz and Zad Ghani's favor. The scoreline in this
10-6.
penultimate quarterfinal match of the day. That's match ball.
Match ball, they have sealing it. This is the second game of the day that has gone into 3 games. The second match actually of the day that has gone into 3 games,
And
and
they have the ball.
Ijaz have sealed it 10-6. They have won the match 2 games to 1 and moved into the semi-finals where they will face
Okay.
the winner of Rahul Betha, Surachand, and Lokesh Subramani and Shivin Agarwal, which is supposed to take place after this.
भाई मैं बैटरी चेंज कर रहा हूँ लोकेश
ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾಳೆಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್
Last game. Leave it. Good defense.
ನಾಳೆಗೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಮೆಯ್ಯಪ್ಪನ್
Brothers, they are Ijaz and Zardani. They look like brothers.
ರಾಹುಲ್ ಬೈತಾಸ್
Yeah, they're getting themselves clicked.
Mandatory post-match team picture.
ಜೋಯಲ್ ನಾಳೆಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಬಾಳ ಸರ್
So we progress to the last match of the day. That will see Rahul Betha, second seed Rahul Betha pair up with Surat Chand against Lokesh Subramani and Shivan Agrawal. This also promises to be a good match. We've had some exciting competition. 2 of the matches went to 3 games, but others also. We saw some interesting games, interesting rallies throughout the day. What was the standout match? What was the game that you really?
This was a very good match, actually. The one that just concluded was Ijaz and Zardani were the way they ran away with the first game, and their opponents Joel and Lakshman came back creditably, and then they gave them a run for their money in the last game. But then they lost the initial momentum in the first few points of the third game. If they had not, they would have had a chance to at least give them a run for their money.
As you pointed out, though, those 2 guys were very fast on the court. It was very difficult to match their agility and speed. And they were moving very quickly.
They also looked fitter than the other two.
So very clearly, yes, very clearly, where ensure that.
தேவை
So
அடுத்த மேட்ச் வராதுல்ல அடுத்த மேட்ச் இல்லை காட்டு அதுதான் கவலையே you deal with it, bro. You deal with it, bro. Time. Mamba.
So we're going to witness the next match with Rahul Betha, Surat Chand against Lokesh Subramani and Shivan Agarwal.
அடுத்ததா ஜோயல் தினகரன் நான் எழுதி வச்சிருக்கேன் லக்ஷ்மண ஹரி அபே வாசுதேவ் மெய்யப்பன்
So we have received an official communication that there will be another game after this match between Rahul Beta, Suraj Chand, and Lokesh Subramani and Shiven Agarwal. There's going to be another match after this. This won't be the last match. So there will be some more exciting squash up for you. Joel Dinakaran and Hari Lakshmana will be up against Mayappan and Abhay Vasudev. So Mayappan and Abhay Vasudev will pair up against Joel Dinakaran and Lakshmana Hari in the match 12, which will be the last match of the day. And Rahul Beta, Suraj Chand against Lokesh Subramani and Shiven Agarwal will be the penultimate game. It's just about to start.
Shiven Agarwal, Lokesh Subramani to receive. Best of 3 game.
So Lokesh Subramani and Shiven Agarwal are the players who have that orange color on their black dress, whereas Rahul Beta and Suraj Chand. Rahul Beta is the player with the white collar on his blue t-shirt, and Suraj Chand is in light blue, sky blue. This is just to ensure that the viewers get to know who's who. Rahul Beta is in blue t-shirt with white collar, whereas Suraj Chand is in light blue, and Lokesh Subramani and Shiven Agarwal are in black with that orange color on their shirt. So this is the penultimate game, the second last game of the day. There will be another game, as we have been officially communicated. That will be between the pair of Joel Dinakaran and Hari Lakshmana against Mayappan and Abhay Vasudev. So that will be the last match that will conclude the day's competition. And this Rahul Beta is seated second, player in white collar. Rahul and Suraj have taken a 1-point lead. This is the game 1. This is the first game of this competition, of this match.
Fast-paced games. Rahul Beta, the tallest of the lot. If man with a white collar. Reach is his clearly advantage. Nimbleness is advantage of the shorter players.
1-all, both them. Very true. I mean, you can really run around the court with fewer steps.
And now,
Rahul and Suraj on another point, 2-1. It's early game, it's early stage in the game. Rahul and Suraj making location, Shivan work around the court, run around the court. That has been their strength so far in this game, in its first few games.
1.
Steadily working up a lead, 4-1 in favor of Rahul and Suraj. Lokesh and Shivan will have to come back. Now is the time. They cannot let them take too much lead. Good forehand drives going on to backhand. Nice little rally developing. Fantastic volley and fantastic recovery from the team of Lokesh and Shivan. It seemed like Rahul and Suraj had the game, had this point. But again, once again, brilliant recovery from Lokesh and Shivan. They've really done well to retrieve the ball in both these occasions. However, Rahul and Suraj take the point and stretch the lead to 4 points. That is a comfortable zone, Ashwin.
5-1 is the lead. Yes, it's definitely a comfortable place to be in. But these early days, it's only game 1. So they have to, that's 6-1. Yes, so it's game 1. Yes, the person who wins the first game has an initiative, but you noticed 2 games prior to this, the team that won the first game actually lost the match.
Yeah, 2 games prior to this one.
Yes. As we speak, the lead increases. It's a 6-point lead now.
It's like a comprehensive victory. It seems like going towards a comprehensive victory. 7-1 is a huge lead. Rahul using his height to great effect, and the ball hits, unfortunately, the ball hits Suraj. It seems like the game will be replayed. This point will be replayed. Hit his leg. It hit. They've conceded the point. Rahul and Suraj working up or moving to a 7-point lead. They are leading by 8-1. This is a very brilliant performance, very clinical performance. They're just not allowing their opponents any leeway in this game.
It'll be interesting to note Rahul Beka and both Rahul Beka and Shivan Agarwal have played a game each. So has Lokesh Subramani and Suraj Chand. They've all played their second games, if I'm not wrong, today. But they've had enough time to recover.
Yeah.
So that's the key thing. 9-1. It's a runaway.
Yeah, skill-wise they look far more superior. Both Rahul and Suraj look far more superior than Lokesh and Shivan. I mean, they're just not they're not just able to find any answer.
It's a momentum-driven sport, as is anything else. Definitely rested the momentum.
Brilliantly recovered, and brilliantly
What a rally!
Spotted by Suraj, and tremendous rally. It ends in. I think Suraj has been hit again.
Is it going to be replay? No, they won a point. A hard-earned but well-earned point.
Another point for Lokesh and Shivan, but it's a little bit too late in the day. They are still trailing by 6 points.
And now 10-3.
The ease with which both Suraj and Rahul are managing this. They're not fretting over anything, and they're making the opponents run around the court, exhausting them.
Most certainly in that scheme ball.
Now 4-10. Game ball.
1 point to Lokesh and Shivan. And they've sealed it. 11-4 is quite a comfortable margin. Both Rahul and Suraj have won the first game quite comprehensively, and they should start as favorites for the second game too. By the look of it, the way they played the first game, they should start as favorites for the second game too.
For sure, with this kind of momentum and this margin of win, they definitely start as favorites.
Lokesh and Shivan have gone out of the court, but Rahul and Suraj are in there. They're not letting up. They just want to be in the court.
60 seconds.
They've drawn the first blood. They've won it convincingly, 11-4, and now they don't want to leave the court. It's very clear they want to go for the kill.
Yes,
Still
I mean,
on the court.
why break the momentum? As the famous Australian thing goes, why fix something that ain't broke? They've got a whole bunch of young squash players observing.
30 seconds.
Second game underway. Lokesh and Shivan have taken the first point. Rahul and Suraj won the first game 11-4, and second game Lokesh and Shivan need to come back hard at them. Lokesh and Shivan are 2-0 up in the second game. Rahul and Suraj.
This scorecard is always heavy, left side heavy. Except for now, this occasion we notices only when it gets right side heavy.
Yeah,
Otherwise, it's always left heavy.
Yeah,
I
great
wonder why.
observation. Great observation you made earlier in the game day too. I mean,
It's a little weird because it's almost the lucky part.
And now 3-1.
Lokesh and Shivan have taken a 2 point lead, and they will need to continue to really challenge Rahul and Suraj. Again, a nice rally developing, a couple of great forehand drives.
3-1.
Wresting the initiative back to an extent. Now they've opened up a 3 point lead, Lokesh and Shivan. Will this go into another third game? Will this be another third game affair? Sorry, to rephrase.
They need to open up at least a 5 point lead to put pressure on them, because the very accomplished players, both these Rahul and Suraj, this is once again a bad miss.
Clawing back.
Location Shivan, yes, it was a real bad miss. But to their credit, they played the shot so close to the wall that it was very difficult for the opposition, to the opponents, to retrieve.
The side walls of the squash court take a lot of beating. If you take a look at it.
Yeah, it's very difficult to.
That said, racket manufacturers obviously have the rackets made of a material which
Can
which
withstand the hit, yeah.
So true.
Rahul and Suraj clawing back, reduced the lead to 1 point from 3 points, and this would dishearten both Lokesh and Shivan. That really started well, and once again Rahul and Suraj showing their class, their great ability. Suraj tried a drop shot, but it was well matched. It was picked up well. Again, a brilliant rally, but Lokesh and Shivan take another point. They increase the lead to 2 points, 5-3. They are leading now, and they need to keep on doing that. Keep on winning points. Open up a 5 point lead at least. Put pressure. They have done that again. They won to open up a 3 point lead again. So that should give them confidence.
So they're not going to roll over and die. They're going to give it their 100%.
Best.
It's good to see this kind of competitive spirit. It's great for the sport, great for youngsters watching the sport.
Watching the sport, yes.
So they know that everything is not roses. There's some guns in there too.
True, very true. 6-4 to Lokesh and Shivan.
Look at that rally. Look at the nimbleness and the dexterity with which these players are addressing the ball. It's simply outstanding. Squash of the highest order.
Brilliant rally, brilliant rally. None of them are letting up. None of them giving anything away.
Wow.
That was an excellent effort from Suraj, but he couldn't really retrieve it well. Suraj, Lokesh, and Shivan have got a point.
So there we go. Another 3 point lead.
Once again, brilliant backhand drives, forehand matched by forehand drives. Point is being replayed, previous point.
Net. Surrender. Surrender. Now 5-7.
5-7. 5-7. Rahul Mehta and Suraj Chand are just not letting up, and why should they? They won the first game so convincingly, and this is their chance to, just rest the initiative and finish this off and head straight into the semifinals, book a place in the semifinals. Why would they want to take things into a third game? It's going to be interesting to watch. This is like a one-day game.
T20 game rather.
Yeah, so right, sorry. T20 game, exciting to the hilt. Wow, man. Look, every point is going into a long rally. Levels of competitiveness, quality of squash, top notch. Query, whose favor will that go in?
6-7.
I think confusion is over the tin. Who hit the tin? Or did the ball hit the tin? Yes, Rahul Mehta and Suraj Chand have reduced the margin to 1 point, and
So this is the quality and standard of talent we have available in India, and this is what was not able to express itself. Now, thanks to HCL support to the sport, we have had these squash players presented with an opportunity to actually showcase their skill set, not just to India but to the world. Per se.
right. Absolutely, Ashwin. And I think Lokesh and Shivan have not been able to grab opportunities. They've not been able to build on their leads. They've got a couple of chances in this game. 3-point leads twice. 3-point lead twice. They've not been able to build on it.
So that's very true, because they've not won the right moments.
And they've allowed the opposition to claw back, which is very disheartening. And I don't think so. This game gives you so many opportunities. Once again, I think they've lost a point.
They have. The opponents are drawn level, and from here it looks a little uphill to me. I could be wrong, but
They themselves have to blame. Have to blame themselves. They had great opportunity to increase that 3-point lead to 5-point lead, which could have, demoralized the opponents, but they allowed them to claw back.
Yes, net.
Once again, Rahul and Suraj showing their class, running away with another point. Probably this is an obstruction of the game. I think the point is being replayed. Suraj was in the way.
And now 8-7.
And Lokesh and Shivan have got another opportunity. They've gone into lead again.
the closer they get to that 11 mark,
More comfortable they feel.
correct, the more the greater the probability that they'll be able to hold on to their lead, and the more comfortable they'll feel. Yes, perfect phrase to hold with that one stroke lead, because if they have a 3-2 lead, there's no guarantee. There's too much left to play, and anything can go anyway.
Right. It's a brilliant rally. Brilliant rally again. Nobody giving away anything. Suraj has been really running around the court really well, very quickly. I mean, his movements are very quick. He's been the fastest of all the four. It appears to be the fastest of all the four. Suraj, the man in sky blue shirt.
He's holding his ground right now, so
8-7.
another ruling asked for.
And now 8 all.
8 all. Rahul Beta and Suraj Chand are not letting up. And also, as we just mentioned, as it gets closer to the 11 mark, even Rahul Beta and Suraj Chand will feel a little more comfortable throwing level because they know that they just got to make a last minute charge. They can actually convert and win this.
Right, absolutely. 8 all. And they're making, they're ensuring that they stay close on the heels of Lokesh and Shivan, not allowing Lokesh and Shivan to take a big lead. And that is what they've ensured, but not allowing them to take a 4-point or 5-point lead. And they have stayed in the game, and now they've taken the lead, 1-point lead. They're just 2 points away from sealing this match. At one point, they looked like Shivan and Lokesh looked like they would take the match into the third game, but Rahul and Suraj have been on the money. They've been putting up a brilliant fight.
That's like
Match ball.
match ball, true.
Brilliant rally so far.
The one thing youngsters should take note of right now is the fact that despite the fact that they're 2 points behind and 1 game behind, Lokesh and Shivan are not giving up. They are just going for gold. They're giving back as good as they get. They've not lost faith. They've not lost hope. They've not lost belief.
That is true, but and it's a brilliant rally. This one. This is just
Probably the longest of this match.
Yeah, this is the last point. They don't. Lokesh and Shivan don't want to give anything away, but they have to blame themselves. They allowed them to. They had the opportunity to build the lead, to bend the confidence of their opponents, but they failed to do that. Allowed them to claw back. The fight back has been a little bit too late, it seems.
This looks like the longest point of the
Day.
day.
Longest point of the day, beating the previous two ones that we were mentioning just a while ago.
100%. Longest point of the day. But who has won it?
I
That's the
think
question.
it's being replayed, if I'm not mistaken.
That's the irony. The longest point of the day is replayed.
Right.
That was the shortest point of the day, by the way.
And
It's replayed to have the shortest point of the day.
again, it's been replayed. As a helicopter squad shot. Did you just notice that?
I just saw that, yes. Great name for the shot. And played in Chennai.
Yes, Chennai Super Kings, home of the second home of MS Dhoni.
Yes. And this is the home of the man who invented the helicopter shot.
It's again a beautiful rally. This last game has been, both the times it's been played, been brilliant. Great rally.
Surprisingly, they look like evenly matched teams, but
Yeah, at the moment they're looking evenly matched. And earlier also, yeah, there were glimpses that they were good enough, but somehow they couldn't convert the points.
they gave away too much too soon,
Yeah.
and then they were not able to win the right moments. So, a combination of all this led to this outcome. We got 1 point to go, match point. Another supremely long rally.
This is probably the longest of them all, as
This
long as the previous one.
the other thing that's happened. This is the longest we are stuck on 1 point
And out.
in this
Right,
entire
right,
day.
entirely. Yeah, now we've kind of
Finally, it's moved.
it's moved to 10-9, and they've saved one point, match point. Still match ball for them.
Yes, sir.
Enthusiasm getting the better of location. Shivan ran into Suraj. It's going to be a long, long fight again. It looks like. Surprisingly, there haven't been too many drop shots in these past 2-3 games, past 2-3 points. And Suraj and Rahul have sealed the match, and that was a very good shot that could not be retrieved by the opponent, and they have marched into the semi-finals after a very hard-fought second game. Credit to both Shiven and Lokesh for making a fight despite losing the first game quite easily. And they were in the second game also. They had taken lead twice, 3 point lead twice, but eventually they couldn't build on it. They conceded it, but towards the end, they put up a great fight. You have to
They
give it
did.
to
They
them.
did. Credit to them for holding the nerve in the end and putting up a fight, but it didn't translate into a win because of the points they conceded, as you correctly mentioned, and the moments they lost in the first game. Not
Yes.
even in the second game. The second game they fought back. If they'd only shown this kind of resilience and game plan in the first game, we could have been actually witnessing a third game right now in this match.
Yeah, it could have won out Rahul Beta and Suraj Chand, extracted a lot more out of them, and maybe we would have been into third game. However, as it is, they've lost the game to both Shivan and Lokesh have lost both the games. Rahul Betha Suraj Chand win 2 games to 0. And now we move on to the last match of the day, that is between Joel Dinakaran, the pair of Joel Dinakaran and Hari Lakshmana against Mayappan and Abhay Vasudev. This is the match 12 of the day and the last game of the day. As we run through this match, the first game was a walk in the park for Rahul and Suraj. I mean, they just looked like they just steamrolled over Lokesh and Shivan. Lokesh and Shivan completely looked short of ideas.
It's very true. So while one team rested the initiative and put pressure on the other team, and the other team didn't respond the right way and crumbled early on. They put themselves on the back foot, and there's very little you can do once you are on the once you lose the initial game, unless and until you, like we witnessed 3 games ago. A team came back and won. A duo came back and won from one game down. That doesn't happen every day. But you need to win that first game to give yourself a chance.
And I think that was the difference because Rahul and Suraj, when they took the lead, they built on it and they did not allow Lokesh and Shivan to come back in the first game. However, when Lokesh and Shivan took the lead in the second game, they let Rahul and Suraj in. And even though they tried to make a fight of it, they tried to put pressure on them, but they just couldn't.
Question of too little, too late.
Yes, too little, too late. And obviously, Rahul is the second seeded player. Playing against him would any day, anyway, would
And out, 1-3. And out, 4-1. Stroke 2. Single single point. 5-1. Six, one. And out, 2-6. Out. And out, 7-2. Eight, two. Nine, two. Ten, two. Game ball. Dash.
3-10.
Ball. Eleven, two. Take to single seven, one. Single game. Love. Play within 60 seconds. Single Kumar get one game left. now 5-1. Six, one. Now, 7-1. Out. 8-1. Nine, one. Out. And out. 2-9. Now, 10-2 match ball. Now, 3-10 match ball. Out. 4-10 match ball. Game of master. 3-1, 3-4, 11-3, 11-3, 11-4. Ball please.
कोई नहीं नो फ्लैट मेरे ख्याल से ख़त्म हो गया आज नहीं है नहीं अभी कोई मैच नहीं ये देखो सब पैक कर आगे देखो रेफरी पैक कर रेफरी पैक कर है ये हटो हैं
Up 10-4 game ball. (11-4) game 2. Vasudev Mayapanyal. Vasudev and Mayapanyal lead 1 game to love all. Stroke to Mayapanyal, 1 love. And out, 1 all. And out, 2-1. Down 3-1. Four one. Five one. Down. And out 2-5. And out 3-6. And out 7. Down and out 4-7. Let's let 4-7. And out 4. 5-8. Down and out 9-5. 10-5 match ball. (11-5) match to Vasudev Mayappan, 2 games to love. 11-4, 11-5.
यार हर फ्रेम लाइट जा रहे हैं यार कैमरा के एंगल तो देखो कम से कम
Nirupama Dubey got injured uh, in the first game when the scores were locked at 9-all. And after that, it was Pooja Arthi and Ratika who sealed the game. If not for that injury, I think maybe this match could have gone into the third game.
For sure, for sure. It made a big difference because playing a sport like squash with an ankle injury, it can never be easy because it keeps playing on your mind, and you can't, as a professional squash player, a professional athlete, risk aggravating the injury. So that is another thing that keeps playing on your mind. So you really, it took away maybe 60% from a game.
Yeah, that's true. And then Velavan and Joshnath pairing up to beat Mayappan and Deepika. Again, it was in straight games. Velavan and Joshna really looking the better of the two pairs. Although Deepika and Mayappan tried to make a match of it in the second game, but Velavan and Joshna were too good. Joshna, with all her experience, she's the star player. She's one of the most accomplished squash players in India, in Asia, and Velavan and Joshna sealing that game, 2 games to love.
That was the second game Joshna Chinapa played today.
Yes, and this one was a match that went to the wire, went to 3 games. It was 1-all after the first 2 games, but then Shamina and Sandesh combined to defeat Rahul Betta and Anjali Semwal. Both Rahul and Anjali were fought hard. I mean, this was neck and neck battle. It could have gone either way throughout, but eventually Shamina and Sandesh came out trumps, and they opened up the lead in the latter half of the third game, opening up a 4 and point lead, which was reduced. And again, they opened up a 5 point lead, and then they won from there. So that was a very, very close game. Then we had Surat Chand Pooja Arthi against Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi. This was also a very good game. Janet Vidhi and Ravi Dikshit won the first game quite comfortably, but Suraj and Pooja made put up a fight in the second game. And this Pooja and Janet were obviously Janet was running into Pooja. There was somewhere, for some reason, they were finding each other on the court and running into each other. Janet running into Pooja quite frequently. And the second game of this match was very exciting. It was really evenly fought, keenly fought. And before Janet and Ravi sealed the second game and won the match.
The clash of the Abhays. That's what this match was about.
You're right. But obviously, Abhay Singh and Velavan were way ahead. There was no match. I mean, Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan were no match to Abhay Singh and Velavan. They just steamrolled over them. Abhay Singh, number one, Velavan, an experienced, talented player himself, just too good for Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan. This was also a very good game. Ijaz and Zadghani, Muhammad Ijaz Ahmed.
Ijaz and Zadghani. So
Yeah.
they played some brilliant squash, these two youngsters. And the reason that they were noticed in this entire day's play, so many star players playing, was their dexterity and their court coverage and the intensity with which they played, and they defeated their opponents. Unfortunately, they could probably fatigue. It has to be fatigue, because obviously not lack of ability. It has to be fatigue that 2 games later, when they lost relatively poorly to their opponents. But this particular game, they were rock stars.
and Rahul and Suraj combining to beat Lokesh Subramani and Shivan Agarwal. Shivan and Lokesh put up some fight in the second game. They lost the first game, but they were trying to match Rahul and Suraj, but Suraj was too quick on the court of all the three players. In fact, there was a point where there was 7-all. It could have been anybody's game, but then I think they in fact went to lead at one point before Rahul and Suraj combined to erase that lead and win the match 2-0. This one was completely as one-sided as it can get. Abhay Singh and Velavan thrashing, smashing Ijaz and Zad. 2 games to 0. I mean, this must have been the shortest match of the day.
Probably, but again, I say Jazz and Zaid, it's nothing about their ability, it is probably fatigue. So if there's something they need to work on, it's their fitness. Because they will be required as squash players to play more than 2 games maybe a day.
Yeah.
They played only 2 today, but they may be required to play more than 2, so they have to be ready for it.
Absolutely, absolutely. They got a 1 game break in between. But this was the last game of the day. This was Abhay, Vasudev, and Mayappan against Joel Dinakaran and Lakshmana. Abhay, Vasudev, and Mayappan won the first game, and they took the lead in the second game. Also, 7-4, they were up. And it was quite easy for them in the end. It was really easy for them.
So that sums up the quarterfinals of the HCL Squash Doubles National Championship 2025, the tournament being played from 20 to 23 May 2025. Tomorrow we regroup for another day of exciting squash. Let's see who dominates and let's see who crumbles under pressure tomorrow. So please stay tuned and join us again for live action tomorrow from 10 a.m.
Until then, goodbye.
Bye.